Try to get some.
Guys, you gotta clear the streets for me. You guys gotta clear the streets. Bossman, it's not a good spot. Not a good spot.
All right, need you to back up.
Folks, we gotta go at least 54. Everybody has to get off the corner. Everybody's got to go down the block and get off the corner. Everybody's got to get off. Guys, down the block. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
sidewalk.
Hey guys, we need everybody east the park now. East the park now.
Hey guys,
You're in a line of sight for us, right? You're in a line of sight.
Hey brother, I know you're trying to get your shot. You get your shot over there, all right?
Line of sight. Good. Take right there. Got a baby out. You guys are out of the line of sight like they are. Shit follows you. Ah, look at me. Hold on, y'all. Hey, let's shake that.
Is there other helicopters here? Okay. Is there any way we can creep forward and shoot back? Because it looks like everything is going on at the building to our left, behind this white corner there. Yeah, we're trying to get in position, see if we can't get a better view. They all went inside, I think this right in the corner there. Yeah, this will be a good position if we can hold up here. Yep, I hear you. Go ahead. This is Joe. I'm filling in for Dan, or Jim. Okay, yeah, I'm just doing video, no voiceover.
Incident is happening is just 1 block from here, okay? 1 block from here at 51st Street, and then you would make a right. It's down that side street, 51st and Park Avenue. Now again, I want you to go ahead, push into the mayor, because I want to stay on top of what the mayor's doing and see at what point they are actually, the mayor is going, he went underneath the yellow tape. He is now approaching 51st Street. Let's go over here, Gus. Just get in the middle of the street. Just go ahead. Get over there. I want you to stay on with the mayor, if you would, please. Okay. And again, Linda Schmidt with Fox 5 News here. I'm out here with Gus Batista. He is my cameraman. And we are reporting from Midtown. Now, again, the mayor just crossed the yellow police line. He is walking toward 51st Street, which is 1 block from here. And then if you would make that right on 51st, it is just down, excuse me, a short distance, which is the entryway to where my colleague Matt Otimus, and we'll be talking to Matt here again in just a moment, where he saw all of the officers with their guns drawn at the door, and then saw officers, multiple officers, carrying out someone, it appeared to be a man in a uniform, who apparently had been shot. So Gus, go ahead, we can just show the rest of the scene here. Again, we have state police on the scene, literally hundreds of police officers. Now, because I'm monitoring, hold on just a second. because I'm monitoring other sources of information, I'm not able to make phone calls to my sources while I'm going live here and reading information coming in from some of my colleagues. But again, my colleague Arthur Sheehan posting for us, and I'm just reading what he wrote. For background, officers on paid detail are technically off duty. Okay. New Yorkers commonly see them in the businesses that pay for additional security. Okay. The gunman walked in. The gunman walked in with an AR-15 in clear view. Do we have pictures? I mean, I'm looking at the pictures right now.
Put a picture up like there.
Yeah, one of our colleagues, Peter Fassini, just posted 2 pictures of the suspect walking in, and he is walking down, it looks like Park Avenue.
Yep,
I mean, broad daylight,
right,
right past the Bank of America building?
Yep, that's the little Esplanade, Bank of America. There's Park Avenue right there.
Oh my gosh. Walks in, the guy's wearing, hold on just a second. Oh, okay, hold on just a second. All right. The police department is making us move away from the location where we are now, but I want to continue to describe, I hope you guys have the pictures. The suspect apparently wearing a blue blazer. It looks like a navy blue blazer, either a light blue or a white collared shirt. Sneakers, like black and white sneakers. Looks like to be like a pair of dark jeans, carrying what appears to be an AR-15. Oh, sorry, I gotta move. Cops are yelling at us. Okay, thanks guys, be careful. Carrying what appears to be an AR-15. He's holding it down by his side as he is walking, and he seems to be walking with purpose. It's not like he's just casually walking along the street. It looks like he is intent, obviously, with an AR-15 of carrying out something destructive. But what's really striking me about this is that it's broad daylight, and apparently nobody in this moment noticed that this man was walking with an AR-15. And the picture, it is absolutely clear.
Yeah, you can really see it. Hold on the air with the mod.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, my colleague, Matt, let's hop back in here. Just go ahead, leave that back there. That's all right. We're all helping each other out here, okay? This is breaking news. We haven't been experiencing anything like this in quite some time. So now, you were here when all of this went down. You're just on your way home from work.
I was going home. I was going to Grand Central to catch my train to go home. I had my headphones on, and I tell you, I won't wear my headphones again because I saw a rush of people coming past me. A lot of people, and it didn't look like just normal 1 or 2 people walking by me.
Right.
It was a rush of people, and I took my headphones out, and somebody said gunshots. And then I didn't hear anything. And then so I started walking back to check it out. And then somebody said gunshots, shooter, active shooter. And then I saw cops going into the Bank of America building on the side entrance with the guns drawn. And then that's when I just kind of backed up and just see what was going on. Then a bunch of people started running out of that building. And then that's when I saw 4 police officers bringing out another individual that was in a uniform that looked injured. They were carrying him out.
Okay, all right. So the gentleman that carried out was wearing some type of a uniform, but again, we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it
what his job.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a security guard or if it was a police officer. It was wearing a blue uniform, and they were carrying him by his arms and his legs out of the rushing out of the building.
And the thing of it is, too, because we are in the news business, where whenever anything like this happens, we just don't walk by it. Matt stops, of course, and he starts taking video of the different things that he had seen. And you posted that video of showing it was multiple police officers with their guns drawn at the door. And then you saw the SWAT team showing up.
Then I saw the SWAT team. Later on, I saw the SWAT team going in. The police presence became much more heavy, more police officers, lots of sirens, ambulance. It all started, as you see right here.
He's a colleague of ours. Matt works for Fox Live. Yeah. Some of our colleagues here from some of the other TV stations thinking that Matt is just somebody else who's walking along the street here who saw something, so they wanted to try to do an interview with him. So, which is understandable. So now, then you overheard people talking, some witnesses. What'd you hear?
We were there. I was there with my camera, kind of recording as much as I could. I did speak to an individual that was closer to the church, where there's a lot of people that kind of sit there and wait for, I think it's food donations, or they're there.
Right.
And they said that a woman said that she saw somebody with an AR-15 going into the building, and then so that confirms what Arthur Chen said in the photograph, confirms what that eyewitness saw, that there was somebody walking the building with AR-15 in sneakers, just going right into the building.
And once again, I'm looking at that video that our colleague Peter Fassini from a law enforcement source, and it is the picture of the alleged suspect. Mm-hmm. And again, walking, I mean, it's really stunning to me.
Yeah.
Walking in broad, after everything that we do in this business, it's still shocking to me when I see something like this. But it's broad daylight.
Yeah, and especially across that esplanade, which is wide open. You wonder if he had to get out of a car. How did he get there? He obviously did not walk down the street with an AR-15 all the way the entire way. So you just don't know where he came from, if he got out of a vehicle or what. Because I didn't see anything that looked like that, and nobody was reacting until people just started running after they said they heard gunshots. And later on, when I was going back and checking these out, I did hear a gunshot. So
okay, now something else, and this is information again that's coming in from our colleagues who are back at the station and other locations, and they are reaching out to their sources to get the information. My colleague Arthur Chen reporting from a source. Now, again, all this information is preliminary, that the shooter ended up shooting himself, self-inflicted gunshot wound found on the 33rd floor. Okay, let me see here. The person that you saw being carried out of the building was taken to New York Presbyterian, which is not far from here at all, one of the best hospitals in the world. And apparently that person is in bad shape, according to my colleague, Arthur Chen. I mean, we can only pray that whoever this person is, that they pull out of this. But again, he is hearing from a source that the shooter shot himself, that he is down on the 33rd floor of the building. So talk to me a little bit more. Hold on just a second. The gunman walked in with an AR-15 again in clear view, which you and I have been talking about. He was also wearing sunglasses, dark sunglasses, navy jacket, black jeans, and sneakers. Let me see if did anything. Okay, hold on. Confirm.
And Linda, the police were in there for a while. Like they were.
Oh, sorry, cops are coming through here. I gotta move. Get over to the other side. You got to get over. Just get over. Okay, we got an NYPD vehicle coming down 50th Street here. We don't know if they're parking there to keep us at distance. That might be the situation now, because all of the police officers that are out here, they're dealing with, no, it looks like he's backing up to park. The situation that they're dealing with, not only do they have to keep the area contained where the active shooter went into the building, but they have to keep pedestrians safe. And New York City is one of those areas where, and it happens to us all the time, and we see it all the time being in the news business, that you could be 2 blocks from here, could be a major explosion going on, and you have no idea that anything is even happening because you're 2 blocks away. And unless you come into that street or that area where it's happening, you still don't realize. So that's what police are dealing with. They're having to push back literally hundreds and hundreds of people who are walking along the sidewalks on 50th, 51st, 52nd, 53rd, between Lexington and Park and Madison, because they have to keep the public away. So, and they keep pushing back the media, which they just did, and now, and let me try and see what's going on here. But there's some officers getting out of a truck here. I'm sorry, I'm on the phone. What's up? On air. Okay. All right. So we're going to stop here for now. Okay, folks, hold on just a second. I have to call into the station. They're going to take us live on the air right now. Give me like 30 seconds. Fox 5 News. Tune in to Fox 5 News. Also stay here, but you can watch both at the same time. Okay, so just give me a moment. Again, I'm Linda Schmidt, Fox 5 News. I'm here with Gus Batista. He's my cameraman. My colleague, Matt Onimus, who was on his way home from work, saw all of this happening. So he's been filling us in. Give us about 30 seconds and we'll be back with you live on air.
All right, that is just some of the coverage there from Fox 5 New York. We will definitely be keeping an eye on their coverage. Thanks to Linda Schmidt there on the scene that continue the updates. A really, really fluid situation that is happening right now in Midtown Manhattan. And we are continuing to bring you these images that are playing out on this Monday evening, just past 7:30. In New York City. I do want to bring in our next guest to help break down this breaking news that we are seeing right now. So please, everyone, welcome here to Live Now from Fox, Jamie Copenhaver, a law enforcement analyst. Thanks so much for being here with us. And first off, what are your thoughts here on this huge response that we are seeing right now play out?
My first thought is, our thoughts and prayers to everyone involved, especially our first responders. But I've got to tell you, Mike, New York City is no stranger to these active shooter events, and they train quarterly for this. So, the men and women of the NYPD are ready for this because we see with the huge presence that they have around this building on the corridor. And, they're just now going through the process of locating witnesses and making sure that scene is secure for crime scene.
And let's talk about what is it like when you are looking for a suspect in a downtown setting with, you have the big buildings there. It's just past 7 o'clock in New York. And what goes into that type of effort when you have reports of a man with a gun?
A lot of manpower. And you see that, we see an emergency service vehicle here. So there are elements of the Joint Terrorism Task Force, I knew, in fact, is on the scene. But here's the deal. They've got to make sure the shooter is contained within that building, Mike, because it's a high-rise, like you were saying. And God forbid, if he's alive, he could still take shots from that high-rise. So we need to, number one, secure that shooter, whether he's deceased or not deceased, and make sure that shooter is secured. And then you go to the backup of starting to process the crime scene, et cetera. But it's an undertaking to locate, especially if it's a single shooter, on the 30th up floor of one of these high rises. So you're going to have to clear that building methodically as you escalate up the building.
And when we see images like this, when they're horrifying going on, and it seems like it's happening at random, I mean, what possesses a criminal to want to try to do this in not only New York City, where they know that there is going to be a huge response, but also just knowing just what type of elements are out there in New York?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know the motive for this this particular shooter, but I can almost assure you that once that shooter and everything's
All right, looks like we did maybe lose there, Jamie. We'll be keeping an eye on that. As soon as we get Jamie back, we will bring you more from him, as he was just trying to explain. But now taking you back out live right now, we are continuing to follow the very latest is coming from New York City. Obviously, a very, very fluid situation that is happening right now in Midtown Manhattan. You are seeing the huge police response that is coming. It looks like we have reestablished with Jamie. Sorry, we lost you there for a moment, Jamie.
I'm sorry, I'm traveling back up to DC, so I apologize. I'm at the airport. But as I was saying, that the building, it's a high rise, so you have you're going to have to secure the outer perimeter of that building, and then, as I was saying, methodically might go and clear the interior of that building floor by floor. I've heard rumor that he's on 30th or 30 and above. but you've got to make sure they're not a secondary shooter in this situation. And it's just, officers say at this point, but also there's going to be a quick step in their step because we just don't know if he's down or not down, for the lack of better words.
Sure. And just talk about the response. What is it like for those first arriving officers that are coming on? And, like you said, you don't know at that point, is there multiple? Where is the actual shooter? How do they do that in such an urban environment?
You're depending on those 911 callers that are calling into the emergency system for information and intelligence. So as you're arriving and responding to that scene, you're collecting that information from the call. So once you arrive, then you want to get eye and ear witnesses to find out who, what, where, and when. And in this case, it was supposedly a single shooter with multiple victims. So you want to start assessing that situation. But but you have to protect anyone else from madman. So you're going to have to eventually go after him. We've seen this in training on an active shooter training. You want to go to for immediately.
And Jamie, how at that point when you are just seeing it all unfolding, how do you know that there's not maybe explosives in the area? How do they kind of try to locate that if there is some of those elements?
Yeah, we've seen that play out in the past. Just recently, I think up in Idaho, they had something similar where they actually found an IED after a shooting. So you're going to have to methodically clear that crime scene with a lot of personnel. I can assure you that the NYPD and the Joint Terrorism Task Force has bomb units on the scene just in the event they find an explosive device, so they can obviously make that safe so they can continue searching for the gunman.
So true. And now we're just taking a live look here at the scene. And a couple of times they were pushing back the general public as well as the media members about a couple of blocks away while this was still unfolding. Was that just they weren't sure of the location maybe yet, and they just wanted to make sure everyone was safe?
Yeah, keep in mind you have personnel that's clearing that building and securing that inner perimeter. But also you're going to have an outer perimeter keeping the public safe and the media in this case. So, they want to make sure that everyone's back far enough. And just as you mentioned, what if there is an explosive device somewhere on the street? So they want to clear that street along with that building simultaneously to make sure that the outer and inner perimeter is secure, not only for the shooter, but a potential device that may be implanted before the shooting.
Absolutely. Well, Jamie, thanks so much for coming on here on Live Now from Fox, giving us your analysis here. Very fluid, early stages right now of the situation out in New York. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, everyone, we are staying on this right now. I do want to take you now back out to the coverage from Fox 5 in New York. Let's listen right now.
When all of this started to go down, this is Matt Onimus. Matt, you were on your way home from work. Tell us, in your own words, what did you see?
Yeah, I was walking home to Grand Central to catch the train to go home, and I had my headphones on, which I won't do ever again because there was just a flood of people running past me, more than just one or two. It was just a ton of people. And I turned around, and somebody said, shooter, gunshots. And so I didn't hear anything. I took my headphones out. I started walking back towards, because I saw some people were kind of walking back towards 51st. And so when I walked back there, I saw police officers with the gun drawn. I called Fox 5, I called the newsroom. I let them know there's something going on. And then I just started recording on my phone, seeing officers going into the side entrance of Bank of America with gun drawns. A few minutes later, a bunch of people come running out, people that look like they worked in the building. Then there were 4 officers that were carrying, which I thought was another officer. It could have been a security guard or another person in a uniform. It looked like they were injured because they were carrying them out by their hands and their feet across the Esplanade to another police car or ambulance that was waiting.
Okay, and then also you were talking to some of the people who were around here even prior to you arriving on the scene. Talk to us. What did they say?
Yeah, the bunch of people that that were sitting by the church said that one witness said that he was talking to a woman who saw somebody with an AR-15 going into the building, and that's when then they heard automatic gunfire. I heard gunshots, not so much rapid fire like an AR-15, but just I heard like a pop-pop that kind of supports that.
Okay.
But
all right, go ahead. Continue talking. Police they want us to move further back. So hold on. We got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. So police are moving us. Hold on. Go ahead. Police are moving us back here. They want us to get as far back from Park Avenue because this incident that happened just around the block from where we are right now. So we have to keep walking to the location where they want us to stop. My guess is they're taking us to Lexington because this is Park Avenue right here behind us. Now we're going to Lex, which is further away from where this happened. And they're doing this for our own security as well. This is where they're pushing, and they have been pushing back the general public. Anybody walking by up and down these side streets. On 50th, obviously on 51st, because that's where this incident happened, 52nd or 50th, and they've had the area cordoned off from Lexington to Park, which is just where we just were, and then one block beyond that to Madison. So they're getting us down here. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Gated. Stay safe. So, police are escorting us, and they want us to be on the other side of Lexington. So we're away from the scene. Matt?
Yep.
While we're walking, just tell me real quickly what it is that the witnesses told you that they saw.
The witness said that he was talking to a woman who saw someone walk in with an AR-15 into that side entrance and then heard automatic gunfire, and that's what they told me.
All right, so now we are at Lexington and 50th Street. Did you guys want us to keep talking, or do you need me to wrap, or what do you want to do?
Come here.
I'm sorry. What? Okay, all right. So for right now, Natasha, I'm going to toss it back to you. They keep pushing us further and further away from the scene.
All right, Linda
Natasha,
Schmidt.
I'm going back to you.
Linda, thank you very much. All right, we want to go to Kendall Green right now with the very latest. Kendall, what can you tell us? All right, looks like we're having some issues with Kendall's setup there. Want to recap really quickly what Matt Onimus was saying, as sources told him. So he was out there on the scene. He said that someone saw him walk in with an AR-15 gun. Witnesses say that they heard pops. What we know confirmed is at least 2 people have been shot at a Manhattan office building. In that area, there's Bank of America, a number of banks, too, a very, very heavy police presence in that office building in Midtown Manhattan. We do have Kendall Green now with the very latest. Kendall, if you can hear us, where are you and what can you tell us?
Hey, what's going on, Natasha? We're here along 54th and Park Avenue. The building in the middle of the scene is right there near 943 Park Avenue, not too far away from us. And they've been pushing us back for quite some time as well since we've gotten here. And we talked to a bunch of witnesses who told us they heard some of those shots ring out, and they also heard warnings coming from other citizens that there was a shooter inside that building. And I have some of those witnesses right here. I'm going to be joined by one of the individuals who was inside pretty close by. Talk to me about what you saw, what you heard. Just tell me about it.
I was city biking home from work today from downtown, and I pulled up and I saw, 3 or 4 cops, going in with guns. I saw a car, black, BMW parked right outside the building, which looked like, the shooter's car. And then I saw, 5 minutes later, 2 people getting dragged out by police. Not sure if it was the shooter or civilians, but I saw 2 people, immediately put in an ambulance. Couldn't tell if they were alive or dead, but yeah, it's pretty scary.
You said that you thought there was some sort of robbery or something going on. And
yeah, it looked at first like it was robbery, and then they, transitioned into I believe that's the Blackstone building. And then, 3 or 4 cops immediately went in, and then, 5 minutes later, a couple hundred cops and, first responders showed up, and, 2 people came out. in the hands of the law enforcement. I'm not sure if they were alive or dead, but it looked like, they looked kind of dead to me.
And to see this type of response here along Park Avenue, a bunch of businesses, including where you work as well. I mean, the surprise about it.
Yeah. Sorry, say that again.
To see this type of response here along Park Avenue, I mean, nobody could imagine.
Yeah, it's shocking. I've been living here for 7, 8 years, and I've never witnessed something like this. Very sad, and I hope everyone's okay. And shout out to the police and first responders for showing up within minutes to the situation. So I hope everyone's okay. Yeah.
Thank you for talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's other witnesses here, folks here in this area who are evacuated. They've been here for a while. We're going to bring a couple more in. Just what did you see earlier when you got here? Just talk to me about it.
So my office has an exit on 52nd and Park, so I was just leaving to go home, and I go east, and we were on the block, saw just a few cop cars, a few machine guns like running around, and then out of nowhere they started pushing us down to 53rd because they realized that the shooter was in the 30th window and we were in the shooting zone. And then, cops and ambulances have just been coming like crazy.
You've been here for how long now?
About an hour and a half now, trying to wait. Originally, we were back over on 51st and 52nd, and they started coming like right away, saying, get back, get back. Then you started hearing and seeing cop cars coming from all different directions, the ambulances shutting down the roads, and then we've just progressively been like shut down more and more. And when we asked a police officer, they did confirm there was an active shooter, as if we didn't already know, but they haven't given us any other details. We're finding out from the news more than we are the police officers at this point.
Obviously, it's definitely a situation here. We spoke with another individual who also saw that was evacuated as well. We'll give you the latest on that in just a minute.
Yeah, Kendall, witnesses there painting a really terrifying scene, talking about a shooter perhaps on the 30th floor with police officers running with machine guns. I know that officers are pushing a lot of our reporters around this perimeter. As you can see behind you, still a very active scene. Maybe you can tell us about what's in that area in terms of the building. So I've heard Bank of America, potentially a Blackstone building as well. Any idea of the different businesses that are in that building?
Particularly, I can't tell you the particular buildings that's the businesses specifically, but Blackstone, I believe, owns 943 Park, 349 Park, and I believe Bank of America is housed within that building as well. So all of the different buildings, not specific. I can't give you specifics on it. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. So you're on Park Avenue near 52nd. Where are we seeing? And I think right now we're looking at Skyfox video too from one of the vehicles here. Again, just you're joining us right now. We know that 2 people have been shot at a Midtown Manhattan office building. This is 52nd between Park and Lexington Avenue. We've been hearing a lot of witness accounts there on the scene with a number of our reporters in that area. Please avoid it because, as you can see, it's still a very heavy police presence. We've heard that people saying that they heard gunshots. They saw someone walking in with an AR-15 gun. We do know that at least 2 people have been shot. Our Kendall Green is on the scene, as well as Linda Schmidt. They're just being moved around in that very, very active scene. Again, a massive police presence. We're hearing a lot of information coming in, drips and drabs. At least 2 people, again, have been shot. This is out on 52nd and Park Avenue. Wondering if we can go to any of our reporters there on the scene and see if we can get a little bit more witness accounts. Okay, we don't have any reporters, but what we have been hearing is that it's been a very scary situation. Again, just to paint a picture of where this is, this is Midtown Manhattan, a very busy area in terms of there's an MTA station, subway station right there, 53rd and Lexington. You have a number of corporate businesses there. This all unfolding in the middle of rush hour and people getting out of their offices. So let's get back to Kendall Green, who is on the scene. Kendall, looks like you've got a witness there.
You were evacuated from the building right across the street. You were watching from a corner building. When you saw everything unfolding, talk to me about what happened. What'd you see?
Well, I work across the street here at 399 Park, which is 2 blocks away from where the shooting occurred, and it was pretty scary from a perspective of this is where we work every day, and there's an active shooter 2 blocks away. So yeah, it was pretty scary for a solid 30-40 minutes.
And the amount of businesses that are on this strip, how many different businesses are right there where you are?
There's hundreds of very high-end financial firms, hedge funds, law firms that were all working at 5, 6 p.m. When there was an active shooter on Park Avenue here. So a scary time for a lot of us.
And when you guys were getting evacuated, they were telling you were in some type of zone or a shooting zone, or you were in danger. What did the authorities tell you then?
Well, they were telling us not to evacuate. They were telling us to shelter in place and to get away from the windows because they didn't know where the shooter was.
Okay, obviously it's a scary situation.
Very scary, yes.
Yeah. Well, he was there inside the building that was evacuated right across, and he was told to shelter in place because that active shooting was going on. So, yeah, definitely shaking up people here in this area, Natasha.
Yeah. All right, Kendall, thank you so much. And look at this. We just got a picture in of the suspect. In his hand, looks like that is an AR-15, or at least an assault rifle. Very scary situation, as that man just described. Again, there are a lot of hedge funds, law firms, banks in that area on Park Avenue, Midtown Manhattan. And this is a picture now we're getting of that suspect. 2 people have been shot. That man that we just heard from was one of the men who was evacuated 2 blocks away from where this active shooter scene was all going down. He said that he was evacuated for 30 to 45 minutes. Also hearing some reports that people had to shelter in place. So while this is all unfolding, really towards the end of the workday for a lot of people in that area, and so many businesses in that one building too, high-end hedge funds, law firms, banks again. So quite an active scene, a lot of police in that area, understandably so. It's a very active scene, 52nd between Park and Lexington Avenue. Let's go back to Linda Schmidt, who, when we last checked in with her, she was being moved due to that active scene. So, Linda, any new updates of what you can share with us? I know you're with Matt Onimus right now, who, was walking by when he heard some of this scene unfold.
That's right. He actually shot some of the video that you guys have probably been showing on the air and also streaming. We are located right now. We're at Lexington and 50th, where this happened, and they pushed us back. Where this happened is 1 block that way, 51st, and about halfway up the block, and it was one of the side entrances to the building. Now, Matt, who works with us, we've worked with each other for more than 20 years, he was on his way home from work, and so, Matt, I want you to describe how many people got to see what you got to see. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I was walking home, going to Grand Central to take the train home, and about 6:20, and all of a sudden I had headphones on, and all of a sudden just a rush of people were running past me, and more so than just a couple people. So I took my headphones off, and somebody said gunshots, shooting, and I turned back and I saw some people. It quieted down for a second, and some people were walking back towards 51st Street. So I started walking back to check it out. I saw officers with their guns drawn. I immediately called Fox 5 and talked to our news director and said there's something going on. And then I just got my phone out and I started shooting video of just the officers around the Bank of America building, about to go in, just hiding behind trees and the planters that were there.
Right.
And then they ended up going into the side entrance, and then a few minutes later, people started coming out. People that looked like they worked in the building running out, and then 4 officers came out, and they were carrying what looked like to me another officer that looked injured. They were carrying him by arms and legs, and carrying him to an ambulance or to another police car.
They were running basically with him.
Yeah, and it went on for a while because the police had their guns drawn for a long long time, and nobody knew what to do. So people were just still milling about 51st Street. I did hear a few gunshots, and then officers started flooding the area and go back, and that's where we are right now. More than ambulance and officers just started coming into the area.
And now you and I have seen, because one of our colleagues was able to get a picture of the suspect. There's 2 pictures of him, and he looks like a guy, it looks like he's about late 30s, early 40s. He's wearing dark sunglasses. He's got black curly hair. He looks to be like he's dressed like a hip guy, and he's wearing a blazer, a collared shirt that's either white or light blue, jeans and sneakers, and he is carrying what has been told to us is an AR-15. Carrying it like this. Now, I don't know if you can see, and now an AR-15 would go from like here on me up to about here. In broad daylight, walking down Park Avenue and going through an esplanade that is normally a very busy area at that time of night because people are on their way home from work, and you're in Midtown, lots of financial industries here along Park Avenue. Walking with purpose, and you can see the intenseness on his face. He was on his way to do something, and you get the same feel looking at those pictures.
I mean, that area was wide open too, so walking with an AR-15 down Park Avenue, you wonder if he got out of a car right there or how far he was walking. It was a big, wide open area, and there's nobody else around him, and you can see from that security photo, it's just him. And it does look like an AR-15 rifle. And when I was taking videos, I talked to one eyewitness that said that he spoke to a woman that was sitting right there. She saw somebody walk in with an AR-15, and she heard automatic fire, and that's what she told this.
Okay, now the building that we're talking about, again, is right around the block from where we are. 2 of the primary businesses that are in that building, the NFL, which it was reported that they told their employees to shelter in place when all of this was happening, and also Blackstone, a financial company. Again, this is along Park Avenue here in Midtown. Lots of financial companies here. They're not just down on Wall Street. They are here as well. Nobody knows at this point who this person is, who the suspect is, but it is being reported that he killed himself on the 33rd floor. So he went in to do something. We don't know what floor that he did that on, but we are hearing that the moment that he entered the building that he started firing. That's what we are hearing. But again, so much of this information, this is breaking news, this just started happening around 10 after 6 tonight, so this information can change as the night progresses. What we do know is that there is a suspect, he has killed himself, and multiple people were shot. Now, I just want to take a look here real quickly at what they were saying here with the Associated Press. Associated Press reporting at least 2 people. The AP is reporting at least 2 people, including a New York City police officer, have been shot in a Manhattan office building. That a person familiar with the matter tells the Associated Press. We don't know the conditions of any of these people at this particular time. But you come and go, this is your route that you take every day to work. So you're not really thinking, you got your earphones on like so many people today, even on the subway, not paying attention, because it's just how we live our lives now. And then this happened. So, tell me more about how you're feeling about it.
I'll tell you, I won't wear the headphones where it kind of muffles the sound ever again, because you have to be alert when you're walking down the street, because you just don't know what's going to happen. And thank goodness I saw a rush of people, because who knows what could have happened if I was, left work a little bit later and I was right there when the gunman was walking by. It seems that I was lucky enough that I walked past the area before the gunman came past me. So it's just luck on my part, but certainly with the headphones on, I wouldn't have known what was happening.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Okay, Natasha, back to you.
All right, Linda, just a terrifying ordeal unfolding there in Midtown Manhattan. We do want to let you know that NYPD Commissioner has said that this scene is contained. The shooter has been neutralized. We'll have to leave the special report there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much to Fox 5 New York for their coverage. We want to stay on it here for you on Live Now from Fox, as this is Sky Fox aerials that are happening right now as they are taking a deep look here at this car. And we'll take you now out live to more of the ground that we are getting these images in. We have this shot here as well for you, just showing you the huge police presence that continues right now out in New York. Thanks to all our viewers for continuing to watch with us here worldwide. All right, everyone, it looks like more Fox 5 coverage is happening, so let's go back out to more right here on Live Now from Fox.
Street with an AR-15 along his side. So at this point, NYPD tells us that the scene has been contained and the shooter has been neutralized, but it is still a very active scene out there. A lot of police presence. A lot of the area has been shut down. We've got a number of reporters on the scene as well, Linda Schmidt, Kendall Green, who've been reporting and grabbing some witnesses to talk about what they're saying. One person telling us that they heard gunshots popping. They also saw that shooter walking into the building with an AR-15. This is a look from Sky Fox right now, live over the scene. Officers look to be searching a vehicle. It's a very, very active scene. We're kind of getting all the details right now. Still a very large police presence. But what we do know is 2 people have been shot, at least 2 people, including a police officer. And this has sparked a massive police presence. We know that this is a very busy area in terms of commercial businesses, big hedge funds, law firms, banks. You think about this around 6:10 with this all unfolding towards the end of the workday, and there's a big MTA station in the area as well, 53rd and Lex. People at the end of their day heading home, so this sparked a shelter in place for a lot of the businesses in that building. And the person who we talked to said that he was evacuated for 30 to 45 minutes. So as you can imagine, a very scary ordeal with people hearing gunshots, with people even seeing the shooter walking in with an AR-15. Let's get out to Kendall Green, who is live in that area. Kendall, it's still a very active scene behind you. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, good evening, Natasha. We're here along Park and 54th. I'm just going to give you a look right now. You see a bunch of people. They were inside a building that's pretty close to where everything unfolded. They're now being evacuated. Several folks in that situation who were working in this building at the time, they tell me they were told to be in a shelter in place because that was an active shooter going on. And I talked to a few people out here that are waiting for loved ones, just wanting to make sure that they're okay. But one of the witnesses we spoke with earlier, he said he was in the corner building that's about maybe a block over, just from the corner from where this all happened. And one of the managers or law enforcement, they told him that they needed to be in place, and he looked outside from, I think, the 30th floor, he recalled, and he saw that the danger inside. But as AP has reported, at least 2 people, including New York police officers, were shot on Monday in Midtown office building that houses some of the country's top financial firms and National Football League. That includes the National Football League. And police haven't immediately identified any victims, but we spoke with one of the witnesses here who says he saw some of those victims that were in a black BMW. I believe Sky Fox had some shots of that actual car, but he said he saw they didn't appear to be alive at the time when he saw after this shooting. He said about maybe early, once the shooting happened, he heard saw about 5 officers, and then from there, this is the scene you have. Dozens, I mean, you maybe even say hundreds are out here lining Park Avenue. And this is with a bunch of businesses, banks, firms, and like I said, including the NFL. And we spoke to some of those witnesses who just really honestly couldn't believe what they saw here, being this close to Park Avenue, here in Midtown, busy side of New York, police presence in this area, unlike anything they've ever seen before, Natasha.
Yeah, Kendall, I just can't get over that picture that we're showing of that suspect. He just seems to be walking with such purpose, striding, and he looked like he was wearing a business suit with sunglasses, just walking into this very busy area. Look at that. And you can see the AR-15. It's just unbelievable, all those people around him, too. You know, what's your take? I guess, are there still people out there just in shock?
Yeah, I'll show you. We want to show you some of the folks. If you look in this area, you can see folks are lining this sidewalk where police have moved us back, and some of them have been looking at pictures of that suspect, and they've been standing here just basically in awe, like in shock of what they saw. This is an AR-15, as you described, walking into a building like that. So, of course, you know, there's a lot of shock here, a lot of worry, because it's unlike anything they've ever seen. But, yeah, they've been here. Some of them have been here for the last hour and a half since this stuff unfolded. And, you know, they told me they couldn't believe this was happening.
What do we know, you mentioned, because we do have video from Sky Fox showing police appear to be taking things out of the car, looking at the car. What are you hearing about this vehicle that police are searching?
Yeah, this is according to witnesses, not anything confirmed by police so far. But one of the individuals that we spoke with, he said that he saw those individuals after the shooting he said they weren't in. They didn't appear to be alive. And he said that there was also maybe an attempted bank robbery in that area, and that may have been the start of it. So we're not sure how, if that's the exact connection here, but he told me that that was a bank robbery in the area. And when he saw that those people were there, he assumed that those were the perpetrators involved with that shooting so far.
Yeah, it's really interesting because people were hearing the gunshots and bank robbery. And again, we're getting all this information in drips and drabs, but we're also hearing from sources that the shooter shot himself on the 33rd floor. So you have to imagine that he was in the building for some bit. Are you hearing anything about that, Kendall?
Yeah, we don't know about how long the shooter was inside, but we did see some of the people that were standing here on the side worried about their loved ones because they work here close to where everything was happening. So if he was there in that same building, I couldn't imagine having a family member inside or worried about whether they're safe or if they're going to be okay with something like this going on.
Yeah, such a scary situation. We even talked to Matt Onimus, a Fox employee who was walking home trying to grab a train from Grand Central, and he said he just saw police officers rushing down the street, some of them with machine guns. So, and this is a very, very busy area. Behind you, what seems to be the perimeter in terms of police presence?
It's got to be at least, I'm here on 54th, it's got to be at least 3 to 5 blocks here along Park Avenue. So 54th Street, East 54th Street, this scene basically spans a couple of blocks. It looks like it's all the way to 55, 56, a little further up, further down, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's just laid with a bunch of police, laid with ambulance, laid with law enforcement here, just trying to keep a hold on the matter right now.
Yeah, quite the active scene there, Kendall. And I do want to say, for those of you watching right now, we did get an update from NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch saying that the scene has been contained, the lone shooter has been neutralized. So whether this is an active scene in terms of a crime scene, this is what they're working on right now, and that's why it's still advisable to just stay away from that area. Heavy police presence in the area of 52nd and Park Avenue, 52nd between Park and Lexington. Very active scene right now. This is a look from Sky Fox. We keep hearing about a black BMW that was involved in this. We're still hearing information, but as you can see just how big of an area this is, and that this is just essentially a pavilion, home to a number of hedge funds, law firms, banks, a lot of people, hundreds of employees in that area who were sheltering in place when they heard about an active shooter situation. This happening at the end of the workday on a Monday, so very busy, and then we've heard witnesses say that they heard gun pops, and then we have a picture of the suspect as well, who this picture truly just unbelievable of him just walking into this pavilion with an AR-15 just by his side, and you just have to wonder how he was able to get this far. It looks like he's just on a mission, and it's just a really scary situation to see in the middle of the day, 6:10, end of the day, work day for a lot of people, hundreds of people in that area, and this building, home to the NFL headquarters, J.P. Morgan, Blackstone, a number of law firms as well, and a massive police presence still going on right now in Midtown Manhattan, 52nd between Park and Lexington Avenue. Let's go back to Kendall Green. Kendall, you were on the scene and you've been talking to a number of witnesses. Do you have anyone right there with you?
Yeah, I got you, Natasha. Well, this is one of the folks that have been here on scene. You're looking at this picture. Talk to me. You work here in this area, right?
I live in the area,
okay.
So I was shopping.
You're looking at that picture of the individual with that AR-15, that weapon to that area. What goes through your mind?
Well, first it's super scary. Like, I just landed on a plane this morning on a trip to South America, and this wasn't my fear while I was out there. So seeing something like this so casual, like I don't know, it gave me a very eerie feeling. It's just, it sucks.
And we do know that there are casualties here associated with this. Any reaction with this being such a busy stretch here in Midtown?
Yeah, it's literally the middle of the day, and I was walking and I was seeing a whole bunch of people just casually walking, and all of the police cars and the firefighters and the helicopters going that way, and I'm looking around, I'm like, everybody's normal, but something, as a New Yorker, I'm like, something is definitely going on. So we walked over here, and to hear that that's something that's happening broad daylight, and as I'm looking up the news to find what's going on, I'm seeing all the other shootings that have happened today or yesterday or this week, and I've been gone, so I've been gone for a while, and I didn't realize that's what was going on, and it's very scary, very unfortunate.
You got to be unnerving. I appreciate you making some time for us. Yeah, so, I mean, we've been still seeing folks coming out. It seems like they're coming out slowly, not just, they're coming out in drips, basically. A lot of folks are coming out of this building, and I'm assuming it's the same thing for other buildings that are close here in this area. But yeah, that was a reaction to an AR-15 being carried in a building housing finance firms, in banks, in the NFL as well. So, I mean, yeah, definitely unbelievable.
Yeah.
Natasha.
Just a scary situation. Yeah, sure. Really, just as she said, it truly gives you an eerie feeling of that suspect just walking leisurely with an AR-15 into this very busy building. Kendall, you did talk to someone who was just 2 blocks away from where this active shooter situation was going down, and he talked about being evacuated 30 to 45 minutes. Tell us a little bit about what he said.
Yeah, he said he initially heard that there was an active shooter. A witness, they told him and warned him that was going on. And a couple of minutes later, they were having to shelter in place. And he says he was not too far from an area of danger, as he described it, where, I mean, I guess if there were to be an issue with how, bullets flying somewhere close to him, he didn't want to be hit. He didn't want to be struck. And they told him to stay in place, stay safe. And he did just that. But of course, out of just pure, I mean, he was worried about what was happening, telling me he was kind of frantic. And yeah, it caught him off guard. Of course, as everybody here out here.
Yeah, I mean, this happening middle of broad daylight, middle of the day, as people are finishing up their workday. And we did see that witness when he talked to you, Kendall. I mean, he was still in his suit, backpack on. People, it's a very transient area. There's a big subway station there, a lot of food, restaurants. The woman you talked to was shopping. So this is a very busy area of Midtown Manhattan, 52nd and Park. And for a shooting like this to happen, it's scary.
Yeah, not just workers, not just residents, just in this area, just shopping, as you just mentioned. But you can see several folks who look like they're coming from these finance firms. They still have their suits on, as you mentioned, and we're looking at one of them walk past right now. We're looking at one standing right beside me. I'm going to try and talk with them to see if we can. You mind talking with us for a second? Were you inside at all? Are you guys? Were you inside at all? We're going to bring them into that shot. But what was going on? I'm going to have you.
Right here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't in that building exactly, but I was in 399 Park, pretty much like right next door. Yeah. Yeah.
What happened?
Pretty much right next door, and I mean, all we could hear is something happened outside. Stay indoors. It's not safe to be out, and yeah, it was pretty crazy to hear it. So we just stayed put, and we got all our information from online as far as what happened. Like we heard someone walked in with a active gun. So yeah.
And so what? Yeah. Just talk to them about what was going on. So he said he heard something with an active gun. He was actually on standby somewhere else. But he was telling me he was inside and he didn't know what was going on at the time. Natasha.
All right, Kendall, thank you so much. We want to go to Arthur Sheehan right now. He's at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital right now on the Upper East Side. Arthur, we're hearing that that's where the police officer was taken in. What can you tell us?
Yeah, first of all, it's New York Presbyterian Wild Medical Cornell Center. This is York Avenue that we're on and 68th Street. This is where we are told the officer was brought. We have some preliminary information from sources that the officer may have been on paid, which is technically off duty, but you'll see police officers in uniform in certain commercial places in the city as added security. B&H Photo being one of those places where they beef up their security by using NYPD police officers because they're trained, they're professional, and they use them there. Our understanding is that that officer might have been stationed at a precinct in the Bronx, but was doing this paid duty down here. Now, the officer was right after the shooting brought over to this location. We've seen a number of police brass arrive here at the scene, including the head of the Police Benevolent Association, which is the union representing patrol officers. He walked in here maybe about the last 10 minutes or so. Going inside, we see another convoy of police cars going by, and there's been an influx of police officers descending on this location to sort of control the traffic and to control the flow. As for the condition of the officer, we don't know yet. The NYPD and the city's officials have not said anything. They've talked about other parts of the scene there, but they have not talked about the condition of this police officer. From sources, we know that his injuries were considered to be very serious. Now, worth pointing out, some of the discussion going on right now is whether or not that officer was wearing a vest. And from our information, that the NYPD's officers do wear vests, but while they are very effective at preventing penetration from 9mm weapons, that if in fact the shooter was using an AR-15, the rounds that are fired from that, we are told the vest that police officers wear might not be effective in those cases. It's simply not a weapon that's used very often here in New York City. Police cars zooming by right now. But that's the latest from here at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center. The officer is inside, the condition unknown, but believed to be very, very serious, if not grave.
Yeah, Arthur, while I have you, because I do know that you have a number of sources and was hearing earlier that the shooter shot himself, what can you tell us regarding what you're hearing with that?
Yeah, so we see well, let's talk about the official word from the city. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch sending out a message that the shooter was neutralized. That language seems to imply that they did it. What our sources are telling us is that the shooter, if neutralized, was because of a quote-unquote self-inflicted gunshot wound that he was discovered on the 33rd floor of that building. Again, maybe the end result is the same in saying that the gunman is not believed to be a threat and that scene from an active shooter standpoint is under control, but our sources are saying that the shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We do not know which weapon. The surveillance video, I don't know if we've been putting it on the air, shows the suspected gunman walking into that building, and it looks like 51st Street, by the way. I know we're talking a lot about 52nd Street, but it looked like he walked in through the 51st Street Park Avenue entrance and had a weapon in his right hand that resembled a camouflaged AR-15. Not sure right now that self-inflicted gunshot wound, what weapon was used. That's certainly something that we'd like to find out. But that's what we're hearing from our sources. Officially, the NYPD says that the gunman has been neutralized.
Yeah, and while I have you, Arthur, I mean, we did show that picture. It's kind of unbelievable. If you've seen the picture, it's just this man walking casually into that pavilion off of 51st. Looks like he's in a business suit. He's wearing sunglasses. He's got that weapon drawn to his side. Looks like he's just striding in. When you look at that picture, what do you make of it?
That's a great question right now. There is a casualness to it. It looks like he knew where he was going. Now, there are a lot of financial institutions in that building. It's been pointed out the NFL's offices are in that building, and I think at some point Deutsche Bank was in that building too. There is a vehicle outside that is of interest to investigators, and from our understanding, it's considered a luxury vehicle. So this individual may have had means. So that will all probably be folded into the key question of what was the motive behind today's shooting. Of course, it doesn't excuse it in any way, but investigators want to know what drove this. To also find out if he was working with any accomplices. Worth pointing out, immediately after he was found neutralized, that scene was still considered dangerous. They wanted to see if there were any other devices that might represent a danger in that building. And if obviously they want to know if he was acting alone. But certainly from that surveillance shot that you described, it looked like he was walking in by himself.
And seems like he's walking with purpose. Just a terrifying ordeal. We want to get out to Kendall Green right now. Arthur, thank you. Let's get to Kendall, who's on the scene right now. Kendall, you are talking to this gentleman who works at 399 Park, which is just a couple of blocks away from where the shooting happened.
Right. This gentleman, Shad, you were just a couple blocks from where the shooting happened, and you said you were in shelter in place for how long?
For about like 2.5, 3 hours, we were stuck in there. They told us to stay put. They told us that there was something happening outside, and it's not safe to be out there. So we just tried to stay put and do what we can. Yeah.
And to know that that shooting happened right there next door.
I walk that way. I walk that way all the time. Like I get lunch there. I sit there. I have a lot of friends that work around here. So it's just crazy to hear something is happening so close to you. Like you hear about it on the news, but then when it's right there, it's crazy.
And what's going through your mind? You said you have a whole bunch of friends that work here in this area. What was the sentiment when you talked to them about what was going on? Were they responsive?
No, I mean, as soon as I realized that, because it took me a second to realize, wait a minute, I have other people here too. And so I started calling people up. Thankfully, they were okay. Some people didn't come in today, which is great. But no, I mean, it was just straight panic, as soon as I heard it.
And what, you said 3 hours. What's going through your mind when you're in there and you're watching everything unfold?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't getting much news or information at all, as far as like from the company. I mean, obviously we're just kind of there, staying put, trying to hear what's happening. But I did hear from friends, and I heard from, certain news articles online that, basically what was happening, an active gunman walked in and he walked straight into a building. We weren't for sure, like we didn't know whether it was our building at first, so we were, it was straight panic right off the bat as far as just being concerned. But then once, even regardless, it was right next to us, so it was just really scary.
There's been images that you were walking around with that weapon, with that assault rifle.
Yeah, I saw that picture, yeah.
And when you saw that, and you're seeing that that's just a door over.
Yeah, no, I mean, those same steps, that same area, I walk through that all the time. So seeing that online and seeing that person with a gun walking right through it too, it just puts it into perspective. You don't know what's going to happen to you. You're not going to, like, you think it's not going to happen to you, and then it does, right?
And then all this police response. Nothing like you would have expected, I'm sure, right outside of where you were.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. I would never expect that. Again, like this is a regular thing. Walking through here, to hear someone just walked right through with a gun, it's just puts things into perspective. It's you got to be safe. You got to stay safe out there.
Thank you for making time. This is just one of several folks who were in a shelter in place, shed there, and a lot of folks, they just tell me that they couldn't. It took a while for it to sink in what was going on, and then when they got the details of what was going on, as they got them slowly, similar to how we did, then it started to sink in, and they knew it was a really serious situation. Shad there, similar to other witnesses, similar to one we told you about, who was watching things unfold from the top. He showed me some of the video of it, and it looked like that black BMW in question in the middle of it, that was connected to everything that was going on. That's the latest here in Midtown so far, Natasha.
All right, Kendall, thank you so much. Yeah, if you're just joining us, a really scary situation out in Midtown Manhattan. At least 2 people shot by a gunman who we do have pictures of, just seeing casually walking in with a weapon by his side. We're hearing reports that it was an AR-15. This is all happening at 51st and Park Avenue, that entrance there. A number of major businesses in the building where the shooting took place, the NFL headquarters, JP Morgan, Blackstone. So a lot of hedge funds, law firms, like a lot of financial institutions in that area. This unfolding around 6:10 p.m., end of the workday. A lot of people going home. It's a very transient area. There's a subway station, 53rd and Lex nearby. And look at this video. I mean, you can see police running to that building where the shooting happened with their guns drawn. And at some point, you can even see other people, and looks like just employees. I mean, you think about these buildings have hundreds of employees just running out. We've talked to a number of people who were evacuated 30 to 45 minutes, just trying to get home and not really knowing what's going on, hearing gunshots. And then we also do have Arthur Chian, who is on the Upper East Side. This is NYU Presbyterian, York Avenue, and that's where we know that an officer was taken to the hospital. We're trying to learn more information about that officer, but one officer has been shot, another person at least, in what appears to be a very scary situation unfolding in the middle of the day. We do have Arthur Chian, who's live. Arthur, what can you tell us? Have you heard anything about the officer's condition?
We have heard some things, mainly that our police sources tell us that he was brought here after the shooting. It was being treated. We do not know the specific nature of his injuries that we can share. One source said it was that the officer was in very bad shape, possibly with a gunshot wound to the chest, if not more. That has yet to be confirmed by the NYPD. As for the scene here, police officials continue to arrive. As we said, at this point, it was about 15 minutes ago that the president of the PBA, which is the Police Benevolent Association, arrived here at the scene. And that is the union that represents patrolmen, which we are told from sources that this officer is. We're told this officer might have his regular duty in the Bronx at a precinct up there, but was serving in a paid capacity as additional security at that building because, as you pointed out, there are some very important financial institutions and other organizations that are in that building. Right now, police continue to arrive here. You're going to see some people come around the corner over here. It is very tense out here, which does not bode well for how things are probably going on upstairs. There's no sense that anybody's relaxed or relieved. Quite the opposite at this point. And that, that continues to be the scene here, if that answers your question.
Last time we spoke, you'd mentioned something about the police officer and whether or not the officer was with. Any more information regarding that?
Yeah, interesting you bring that up. We have had further conversations about it. NYPD officers generally do wear bulletproof vests, which our understanding are very effective in stopping gunfire from 9mm weapons, which is a lot of what we see here in the city. Our understanding is that there are more rounded bullets that it fires. Obviously, nobody wants to get shot with that either. But when it comes to an AR-15, both some of our own crews and sources are telling us that fires a much more powerful round and one that is pointed. So the ability for that to that type of round to penetrate is much more deadly. So just the fact that this officer was shot, for instance, if he was shot in the chest, doesn't mean he wasn't wearing his vest. He could have been wearing his vest, but an AR-15 is such a powerful weapon that it will penetrate a police vest. We're told that round is called the 5.56. And we'll look that up and see what that looks like. And this is all based on information on that surveillance video capture that you said we've been showing, which was in the right hand of the alleged gunman as he walked into that building. It looked like a type of dark brown camouflage that was on it. But our law enforcement sources tell us it looks pretty clear to them that that's an AR-15.
And Arthur, the scene has been contained. The suspect has been neutralized. Sources are telling us that the suspect shot himself. What more information can you tell us that?
right. We can tell you that the suspect was found on the 33rd floor. We should also share that the official police word on it, because we have to share the official information, comes from the NYPD's Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who says that the suspect has been neutralized. If that implies somebody else did it, we want to point out that our sources are telling us that he is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Again, we don't know which weapon he used. Putting an AR-15 at oneself would be somewhat unusual, but our photojournalist Pete Zanante just showing me the difference between a 9mm ammunition and that of a 5.56 round of an AR-15, and it is exactly as it's been described to us. 9mm are rounded bullets, and AR-15s look like little pointed missiles. So for police officers who are used to guarding us, keeping us safe in urban environments, that's not the weapon that they're usually up against. So it was a pretty unfair advantage on this gunman's part, aside from the surprise also.
Yeah, and we are also just piecing together stories that we're hearing from eyewitnesses. Arthur, we heard people say that they heard gunshots being fired. We heard that, that there could have been a potential bank robbery, and then hearing that the suspect made it up to 33rd floor before shooting himself. Are you hearing anything about, I know that we're speculating and we're putting together information based on eyewitness reports, but are you hearing anything from sources on what exactly transpired?
We are here. People were shot. That includes the police officer. We have it on pretty good authority that the police officer is here at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center. Here on the Upper East Side, we also are hearing that multiple individuals who were shot at the scene were brought to Bellevue Hospital, which is a couple miles south of here. As for the motive, that is really unknown at this point. All we know is that he showed up in that luxury car. I heard my colleague Kendall Green point out that it is a black BMW. That matches with what's been described to us as well. But for him to walk in, unfortunately, bank robberies in New York City are fairly commonplace. A lot of times people walk up and hand the teller a note and says, I have a gun, give me all the cash that's there. Unfortunately, it is something that banks, commercial banks, which is on the ground floor of that building, if I recall correctly, are accustomed to dealing with. We don't hear about people walking into banks with an AR-15. So if that in fact did happen, that's something that we haven't heard just yet, but hopefully we'll get that from city officials, importantly, when they do finally brief us on this.
Yeah, Arthur, we are talking about an AR-15 style gun. We keep showing this picture of the suspect walking into that pavilion on 51st and Park, and it really is a stunning picture because it says a lot without saying a lot. It looks like this shooter is walking with purpose, wearing a business suit, sunglasses, with just unbelievable to have an AR-15, a weapon like that out, just walking in. Feels very eerie, feels casual. And the middle of the day, I guess, Arthur, paint a picture of what when you look at this picture, knowing that this is happening after 6 o'clock, people are getting out of work, and it's just a scary, scary ordeal.
Yeah, it is an incredibly vibrant area. Well, we talk about it being a commercial district, but right where that area is that we see in that picture him walking through is a public plaza. It's got water fountains. That's where they hold concerts, events out there for the public to enjoy. And if I'm not there right now, but if recollection serves, right south of that, right on the other side of the street of that, is St. Bart's Cathedral. Also very known for a very peaceful place. So to talk about how jarring this must have been for that area, that simply doesn't happen. Also worth pointing out that that is just a block away from the 17th Precinct Station House, which is on 51st Street between 3rd Avenue and Lexington Avenue. So for this location to be chosen, it really boggles the mind. I obviously feel very badly for the people who had to sort of wake up to this reality of what was happening around there for him. But that is, there are parts of the city that probably have higher crime rates. That is not one of them.
Yeah, I can't imagine just loved ones and people who work there. They must be shaken going to work tomorrow after seeing a scene like that. All right, Arthur, we got to leave the conversation with you there. Really appreciate you talking to me. Let's go to Linda Schmidt, who is live on the scene. Linda, what can you tell us?
Well, first, First, I just want to give you a heads up. The light on top of the camera here keeps flickering off and on. So if that happens, I just want you guys to be aware and our viewers to be aware of what's happening. We are at 50th and Lexington, and this is where we have been now. And there are police, hundreds of police still on the scene. Lexington is still closed off from 50th until at least 52nd Street, because this happened right around the corner from where we are right now. But I want to bring in our colleague, Matt Onimus. Now, Matt was on his way home from work when this all started happening at around 10 after 6, and he actually heard some of the gunshots. But you and I were talking earlier multiple times, and you were saying that he had to have had a car, because that huge AR-15 that he was walking with on Park Avenue, someone at some point would have noticed it and called 911.
Yeah, from that security picture, there's a big wide open area, like a big esplanade right in front of the Bank of America. I mean, somebody, and he seemed like he was all alone. Somebody walking with an AR-15 down Park Avenue and in that area, they would have seen him a lot sooner. I was walking home from work. I had my headphones on, so I didn't really hear anything, but I saw a rush of people rush past me, which then caused me to take my headphones out, and somebody said gunshots, shooter. I turned around, and I was in between 51st and 50th. I turned around, and I saw police officers heading back around the Bank of America, so I walked back. I called the newsroom, and I said, there's something going on. And I started with my phone just recording, seeing what I could see, and I saw officers with their guns drawn on the side entrance, not at Bank of America on Park Avenue, but right on 51st. Yeah, and they were, hiding behind planters, behind the building, and then they went in. A few minutes later, people who had looked in the building came running out in a panic. They looked distressed. And then shortly after that, 4 officers came out, and they were carrying what looked like to me another officer who looked injured. They were carrying him by the arms and the legs across the esplanade and onto Park Avenue, either to a cop car or ambulance. And then just police officers just ascended onto the whole scene, ambulance, and it just became just a lot of police presence after that.
And when you first got here, too, you said when you had your headphones on and people started rushing towards you, you could also see the fear in their face.
Yeah, that's why I took my headphones off. Normally, like you put your headphones on, and those AirPods, you can kind of tune out everything. I won't do that ever again, especially walking in the city, because I could see, and there was like a family with a little girl, and she looked scared. So I took my headphones off, and then I heard somebody say gunshots, and then as I walked back to 51st, I heard a gunshot. I didn't hear a rapid fire, but I heard a gunshot. And later, when I was walking around kind of filming with my iPhone, I talked to somebody who said that a woman who was sitting at the church there saw someone walking with an AR-15 and then heard automatic gunfire.
Right. And when we first got here, we got on the scene here, I guess it was around 6:30, Gus. Was it about that time? Gus is the cameraman, Gus Batista. Anyway, we got here about 6:30. It was organized chaos. I mean, the temperature here and the feeling of everybody within like a 4-block area, there was some mass panic going on here, and police officers, literally hundreds of them, running around everywhere trying to keep the public safe, pushing back not just the media but also the public, because people are just walking around. They're on their way home from work. Some of these people shopping, tourists in the area, and you have no idea. Sometimes you just stumble onto this. You could be 2 or 3 blocks away and have no idea that anything like this is going on, and then suddenly you stumble onto this chaos that's happening. Now, the FBI is on the scene here, state police, excuse me, the NYPD, Attorney General Pam Bondi said that the DOJ, the FBI, working here with local authorities with this investigation now tonight, and this scene is not going to be cleared up for at least hours. Now, one thing I can say, and I think you probably agree with me, that things are much calmer here now because everybody knows that the shooter has been neutralized. So there is a totally different feeling right now. Don't you agree?
Yes, absolutely. But also, too, there was a feeling of like people couldn't really believe what was going on. So people didn't just, initially people ran when they heard gunfire and ran past me, which caused my attention. But then some people were kind of loitering around, not believing what was going on, maybe. Even though we saw officers with their guns drawn, there were still people kind of hanging around 51st Street. And then once time went on and more officers came, they started pushing people back to get out of the way and make room for other vehicles and SWAT team and all things like that.
See, and the thing, too, you're talking about other people not really realizing what's going on to be pushed back. Gus, I want you to go ahead. I want you to show this crowd of people here. Now, again, this is the northeast corner, and we are at Lexington and 50th Street. And they've probably got, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 people over there. These people are now just standing around, for most of them. They're here because they're curious about what is going on. Obviously, they've seen a lot on social media, so they've heard about what's going on here. And then a lot of people then in situations like this race to scenes like this because they're curious. They want to see what's happening. They want to be able to get their own videos and post their videos. And some of this turns into a problem for the police because then they try to cross police lines. We saw that earlier. Gus got some video of a couple of people getting arrested because police at that point didn't know what was going on. They just knew there was an active shooter, and they kept trying to push people, not physically push them, but direct them away from the area that was dangerous, and people weren't listening to them. So they had to take a couple of people, at least that we saw, into custody. Natasha, back to you. You have any questions?
Yeah, Linda, I have to say that when I first got reports of this shooting, my heart stopped because my sister used to work in that area with a private equity firm, and there are a lot of financial institutions in that building, 345 Park. I have a number of friends who texted me. One of my friends just left the building right before this scene unfolded. And also I'm seeing, you said this earlier, looking at that picture of that suspect just kind of casually walking into that pavilion on 51st and Park, business suit, wearing sunglasses, AR-15. Well, what did you feel when you first saw that picture?
It was stunning to me. I mean, you would think after all of the things that I've seen in this news business that I wouldn't be stunned, but I still am. When I see something like that, it's jaw-dropping because you see this man and he's very, he's put together. He's got a cool look to him. His hair, he's got the sunglasses on. He's got a nice blazer or collared shirt. He's got dark pants. It looks like blue jeans. It looks like a nice pair of sneakers. And then he's on Park Avenue of all places, with an AR-15 at 6 o'clock at night, just walking around. But he was also, it wasn't casual. It was a look of he had a sense of purpose. Obviously, he did because he had an AR-15 with him. But he had a mission. He was focused. He was looking straight. He wasn't looking around. He wasn't lollygagging. He had pulled up apparently in a car, got out of the car, walked into that building with the AR-15 and started shooting. And it's just, it is shocking to me. It's still shocking at this. I've been in the news business for 38 years. And when I see something like that, it's still stunning. Yeah. And heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking that could happen.
Yeah. When people are leaving work, heading back home, and you think your loved ones are there, and then those people who rushed out, and Matt talked about seeing people just terrified and seeing that terror in their eyes. It really is such a scary situation. Linda, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Go now to Kirk Burkhalter. He's a retired NYPD detective and New York Law School professor. Kirk, thank you so much for joining us. What's your reaction to what unfolded tonight in Midtown Manhattan?
Well, it's kind of unbelievable, but unfortunately, it's a little bit of par for the course. I mean, since we can go back to 1998, 99, with the shooting at Columbine, we have seen this proliferation of active shooters attacking venues and office buildings and schools and other places where one wouldn't expect this. So it's not expected, but yet it's not totally incredible. As you just reported, him walking with that, what appears to be a replica assault rifle in Midtown Manhattan is just unbelievable. Now, as a native New Yorker, see people walk around Manhattan with all types of just bizarre things. But it's amazing he could walk past so many folks and no one could actually be alerted and gain access to a building and so forth. So it's just rather incredible.
Yeah, it's a really scary situation as people are getting out of work, heading home. We show that picture of the suspect, and he's wearing sunglasses, he's got a suit on, jeans, nice shoes. Looks like he's walking with purpose and with a mission. And with that AR-15, that assault weapon right next to him, just holding it down. Detective, what are things now that the NYPD is doing to figure out a motive?
Sure. Well, the NYPD is at some point in the near future will wind down its initial response once they determine, there are no devices, there is no one injured that they have yet to locate and so forth. And the next phase will be this investigative phase of, as you mentioned, determining a motive. And also, we don't know yet if there are any other persons in any way, shape, or form involved whereby they may incur criminal liability. So we saw this, for instance, with Luigi, the shooting that Luigi Mangione allegedly committed. I think one of the main things we'll see the police department do is scrubbing video from all over that particular area. That's a really active area of Manhattan, and there are a lot of video cameras, private security cameras, private video cameras, public video cameras, and the police department, as we learned, has an entire unit. So that's one of the first things they will do. The shooter has also been tentatively identified. So what the police department will attempt to confirm that identification through fingerprints or other types of forensic data. And initial reports is that the shooter is from Las Vegas, Nevada. So they will immediately, if that is the case, immediately engage with the law enforcement authorities in Las Vegas and try to track down this person, where they lived and so forth, and try to determine any motivation. And obviously the final step, or not final step, but a major step, will be a really deep dive into any social media footprint that this shooter may have.
Do you think, in terms of the motive, just any speculation of it being this building, 345 Park, has so many financial institutions in it, hedge funds, banks, law firms, Blackstone is there, NFL headquarters, so finance heavy in that area. Is it anything motive related to do with that? And also it being one block from the 17th precinct, so it appeared that police response was very fast.
Well, that's a distinctive possibility. I mean, I would go as far as to say quite often what we see in these cases is the shooter in some way, shape, or form felt aggrieved, either personally or on behalf of another person or persons. So I would think the first thing the police department is going to do is look at who occupies that space, what business entities are in that space. You have the NFL, you have Blackstone, you have various law firms. So I would not be surprised to find that the shooter has had some form of history with one of those business entities. Needless to say, he had to walk by several other businesses, you mentioned a precinct and so forth, to get to this one specific building. So it would be unreasonable to assume that he had some type of beef or grievance with some entity in that building, or person even.
Yeah, pretty wild scene there. Kirk Burkhalter, retired NYPD detective, thank you so much for joining us and for your insight.
You're quite welcome.
All right, now I believe we're going to go to Kendall Green, who is on the scene. Kendall, any more information you can share with us?
Hey, good evening, Natasha. I'm just telling you a lot about the witnesses who were working here in this building on 399 Park Avenue. They were alerted about the shooting, but within about 2 to 3 minutes of it happening, and the police presence went from a few officers to the droves that you see right here, right now. You still see still an active scene, still a bunch of folks, law enforcement here in the area, but we spoke with several folks who work in the finance industry who were telling us that they got the alert and they were put on They were on the 30th floor where they could see a lot of the action taking place, and they were told to shelter in place. Now, from that corner building, or from that corner office, they saw that black BMW with believed to be connected with that perpetrator, and they saw all the connections going on. Well, they saw what was going on there, but they told me that they were told to stay in place, and many of them, they told us they didn't think that something like this would happen so close to where they work. Some of them, many folks out here, they were shopping. There were folks that just live out here, and with these with professionals here in this building, just simply stunned by everything that was going on.
So we do know now that the scene is contained. The shooter has been neutralized. What's the mood out there now? Because I know earlier Linda said that things are really calming down. From when you first got to this to now, how have you seen the mood shift?
Yeah, from where I am, there was maybe 3-4 dozen people, 50, 60 lining the streets. Now it's maybe looks like between 20, 30 still with their phones out, just recording what's going on, standing by, trying to get more information of it. But earlier, this place was packed, and police officers were moving folks out the way, telling us to get back. At first, we were really close to the building right here at 399 Park. They moved us across the street. We were here for a while, and since then, this, as you said, has died down quite a bit. But still, a lot of folks out here.
Yeah, and still heavy police presence there. How far are you from where that BMW is located? Just trying to get an idea of, how maybe they've been, detectives have been investigating this, or where exactly the scene is centering.
Well, I'm here at 54th Street. This took place about a block away from where I'm standing. If you see a bunch of the officers. If you were to cut past one of the NYPD officers, that vehicle there, you can see that's where everything is located. So Park Avenue is right here to my left, and then further down is where that scene is. That center of the scene is.
Yeah. Quite a massive scene out there, because we know Linda is down near the 51st area too, and has been moved a few times as they look to kind of have this perimeter filled with police. All right, Kendall Green, thank you very much. If you are joining us right now, we do know that there was a shooting in Midtown Manhattan in a very busy office building there. At least 2 people have been shot. One person was the officer. Are we going to Arthur Sheehan now? Okay, and this is all happening at 51st between Park and Lexington Avenue, but truly that entire area has been affected with heavy police activity. There is a black BMW that is being searched right now just to figure out, what's going on and where the scene, what had happened with the shooter. We want to go to Arthur Sheehan right now. He is live from NYU Presbyterian on the Upper East Side. This is where that officer who was shot has been taken to. Arthur, what can you tell us?
We can tell you that police brass continue to arrive right now. I'm looking at a car with lights and sirens, and we've seen members of the police department that we recognize arriving here. Let's see if this pulls in behind us here. This vehicle here might be Mayor Adams, who we are told is on his way down here. This is New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center here on York Avenue between 68th Street and 70th Street. Another convoy is coming. And I'm going to ask, our photojournalist Pete Sanante is already focused on the vehicle, but 2 are coming right behind him and splintering off. All right, so there are multiple entrances into this building, and they look to be going in different ways. But the latest word that we had from Mayor Adams himself is that he was on his way to the hospital. We're told that some of those shot were brought to Bellevue Hospital, which is a couple, and then that the officer who was shot is here. What we have learned since, Natasha, last time we spoke is that confirmed that this officer was on paid detail and is generally stationed to the 47th Precinct Station House, which is in the borough of the Bronx. Paid detail is a paid assignment that officers are allowed to work at if it has prior approval. And a lot of businesses, whether they be commercial buildings or commercial businesses that want to beef up their security, often pay for an additional uniformed police officer to be present to make things safer. One of the things that we've also learned, Natasha, since last speaking to you, we've heard from multiple sources that this officer is a relatively young member of the NYPD and has about 4 years on the job. In terms of his condition, we do not have official word from the city yet, and we are waiting for that. But our sources told us that his condition was considered to be very serious, if not grave, as he arrived here at this hospital. We are seeing from the posture of police arriving here at the scene, and there's another one coming around, that this is a very tense scene. A lot of times when an officer's been shot, they immediately try to set up something to brief the media on what happened, and thus far right now we do not see that being set up. And if it's of interest to you, Natasha, we're learning some about the vehicle that's being searched that my colleague Kendall Green has been describing, a black BMW. Our sources tell us there might have been prescription medication in that vehicle. Our source also tells us that there were bags of additional ammunition, additional rounds in a box, in Ziploc bags, and then contained in a box that was also found in that vehicle. Of course, they are looking to confirm that that was the vehicle that belonged to the gunman, and that's all part of that investigation right now. Natasha?
That's really important information that you're sharing. Also, the fact that this weapon, AR-15, and perhaps this officer, we don't know if they were wearing a vest. And like you said earlier when we talked to you, just really an unfair advantage. Talk to us a little bit about the AR-15 and what we're hearing about the weapon that was used.
Right. By all assumptions right now is that the officer was wearing a bulletproof vest. The information that we're getting is that the bulletproof vest that NYPD officers wear is very effective, but mainly effective in urban environments where weapons like 9mm are used. As I say this, there's yet another official New York City law enforcement vehicle going by us here. And those rounds tend to be smaller, than tend to be rounded. They're very deadly, but we're told that when it comes to AR-15s, the exit velocity of that weapon is much higher, and the bullets are longer and come to a sharp end in the front, and they tend to penetrate things like vests far more effectively. The talk amongst law enforcement officials that we're sources that we're talking to is that a bulletproof vest might stop as many as 2 or 3 9mm bullets, but when up against an assault weapon, it's not meant to do that. There's no way to prepare for this. We want to see what it is that's happening over here right now as more police vehicles continue to show up here. But yeah, that's a point that's been raised. This officer may have taken every precaution that he was supposed to, and by all assumptions he did, but in a surprise situation and against that kind of weapon, unsure. But also important to know that it's possible that looking at the rounds that were in the vehicle, that perhaps this gunman had more than one weapon on him. In addition to the AR-15, he might have also had a handgun. That's something that investigators are looking into right now.
Yeah, really sad situation there, and a very tense situation that Arthur is describing right now. Arthur, thank you so much for joining us. Right now, we want to go to Mike Alcazar. He's a former NYPD detective, John Jay professor. Mike, I've talked to you on air, breaking news, a number of issues. We just heard from Arthur that the officer was on paid detail, paid assignment where you get prior approval, a young member of the NYPD, 4 years on the job. It's just a sad situation. What do you make about what happened in Midtown Manhattan today?
Yeah, it's a tragic situation. We have this individual armed to the hilt, armed with a weapon that, like Arthur covered, that our vests will not protect us from. And this police officer, if he only has his sidearm, he's not really equipped to handle a situation like this. So a heroic effort on that police officer to, potentially stop this perpetrator. So, he had to think fast. Hopefully we're wishing for the best for his, his recovery. Again, a very scary situation for everybody in Midtown Manhattan during this shooting spree.
just, so scary. Number of hedge funds in that area, banks, law firms, all this unfolding just after 6 o'clock. People are finishing up their shift. It's a transient area. And then we see a picture of that suspect just walking, looking like he's on a mission, sunglasses on, just out openly carrying that AR-15. It truly is a shocking image. When you looked at that, what did you think?
The first thing that came into my mind is that this could have been a lot worse. I mean, we don't know the official count. I heard it was like 6 people shot, but it's a very dense population in Midtown over there, and this could have been a really bad shooting.
I think now comes time to check what that motive was, as detectives are trying to piece together the story of why this man decided to do what he did. Take us through the process of that and what NYPD, FBI might be doing at this time.
Yeah, so once they identify the perpetrator, they're going to go through his, through his electronic history, his arrest history. Any recent complaints that might have been lodged against him, any other complaints that he might have lodged against anybody. Where did he work? Did he work in this building? Was he recently terminated? It's a lot. It's a lot to sift through. It's a lot of information to go through. The vehicle that he drove in, where did it come from? A lot of video surveillance that we're going to have to track. His way of travel. Are there any potential accomplices? So, a lot of processing right now, a lot of interviews. They're going to interview the witnesses that were on the scene. Any potential tips that are coming through right now through Crime Stoppers that might help us identify the perpetrator and his motive. So I'm sure all that information is being gathered right now and being processed.
And sources say that there's a black BMW 2 in question, and they're finding prescription meds in there, bags of ammo. What do you make of that information that we're getting?
Well, yeah, and if they identify the vehicle does in fact belong to him, we're going to check any kind of history, talk to family members, friends that might identify, is he mentally ill? Are there issues that were, we seen recently an active shooter, I believe in Georgia, where he was this guy was a patient. So it's a lot to investigate to find out what his motive is. Why did he pick this building? What is in that building? What's on the 33rd floor? Why did he go there? So it's a lot of information to investigate.
Yeah, and Mike, when you think about it, hundreds of employees in that building too had to shelter in place. They're going home after witnessing something so terrifying, and they got to go back to work tomorrow. What do you make of that? And do you think that with the scene being contained, is it safe for them to return tomorrow, or what's the situation there? What's your best advice?
Probably not. I mean, this is a large crime scene. They're still processing it. We don't know where this perpetrator went in the building. We don't, his path of where he walked towards the buildings, because it's an extremely large crime process. They're going to have to recover whatever evidence they have inside the building, spent shells, his fingerprints, any video surveillance. I don't see him processing it by tomorrow. They're going to be working overnight. Crime scene's going to be processing the scene. Investigators are going to be gathering evidence. Lots of those offices will be closed off. So unlikely that it'll be open for business tomorrow.
That's really interesting. That's a huge business, 345 Park Ave. I mean, you've got Blackstone in there, the NFL headquarters, JP Morgan, Bank of America in that area too. So tomorrow, that building, from your experience, might not be open?
Highly unlikely. It's especially a police officer was shot and other victims were shot. It's a lot of information we have to gather. We have to maintain and preserve that crime scene. We cannot have it disturbed, and we don't want to release it early either, because we need as much evidence gathered and processed, to investigate what happened, why he did this, what weapon was used, what kind of ammo. So it's a lot. It's a lot to process.
Yeah, and a block away from the 17th precinct too. My first question that comes to mind is, how does this man just carry an AR-15 and walk through this busy area, perhaps pass by that precinct without being stopped?
Yeah, I'm sure witnesses saw him and they thought it was unusual. I'm sure they reported it to 911. I'm guessing there was no police presence. You know, of course, we have a shortage of police officers, so maybe there were no police officers on the scene except for this young police officer that was working paid detail. So that's something telling about our lack of omnipresence right now, again, because of the shortage of police officers, you know, throughout the country. So it's more important than ever, you know, that we have a full police department. So very telling right now that no police officer was on scene to stop this guy until he went into the building and met up with this heroic police officer.
Do you think there's going to be a conversation started about the kind of vest that the officer was wearing?
100%. There is no conversation. That vest cannot withstand an assault weapon, a high-capacity rifle. It's just not designed for that. It's not graded for that. It'll go through it. I hate to say it, let's go through it like, you know, hot steel through butter. It's butter, you know, it's just not gonna stop it. Fortunately, these events, these crimes don't happen often, and that we don't need these vests, but they'll probably revisit it. But you know, his weapon too was lacking. It's not something that can stop somebody with a high capacity rifle. We don't carry that much ammo to deal with somebody with this much ammunition and this kind of a weapon.
You know, we're getting ready to take an NYPD presser. Mayor Adams will be addressing the city. What do you expect him to say?
Well, I expect him to give us like an update on the victims, the police officer, hopefully the identity of the suspect, and perhaps if they have a motive already, and how did he, you know, how did he his life ended. So we want to know if it was actually like, did he take his own life, or was it police involved?
Yeah, a lot of questions, and hopefully we'll get some clarity from that press conference with Mayor Adams. All right, Mike Alcazar, appreciate you as always. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Now I want to take you to earlier. Linda Schmidt was talking to Matt Onimus, who was heading home just moments after he heard that shooting.
Now, Matt, who works with us, we've worked with each other for more than 20 years. He was on his way home from work. And so, Matt, I want you to describe, because not many people got to see what you got to see. Talk to me about it.
Yeah. I was walking home, going to Grand Central to take the train home, and about 6:20. And all of a sudden, I had headphones on, and all of a sudden, just a rush of people were running past me, and more so than just a couple of people. So I took my headphones off, and somebody said gunshots, shooting, and I turned back and I saw some people, it quieted down for a second, and some people were walking back towards 51st Street. So I started walking back to check it out. I saw officers with their guns drawn. I immediately called Fox 5 and talked to our news director and said there's something going on. And then I just got my phone out and I started shooting video of just the officers around the Bank of America building, about to go in, just hiding behind, you know, trees and the planters that were there. Right. And then they ended up going into the side entrance, and then a few minutes later, people started coming out from the building, running out, and then 4 officers came out, and they were carrying what looked like to me another officer that looked injured. They're carrying him by arms and legs, and carrying him to an ambulance or to another police car.
They were running basically with him.
Yeah, and it went on for a while because the police had their guns drawn for a long time, and they kept. Nobody knew what to do, so people were just still milling about 51st Street. I did hear a few gunshots, and then officers started flooding the area and then pushing people back, and that's where we are right now. Is more than ambulance and officers just started coming into the area.
And now you and I have seen, because one of our colleagues was able to get a picture of the suspect. There's 2 pictures of him, and he looks like a guy. It looks like he's about late 30s, early 40s. He's wearing dark sunglasses. He's got black curly hair. He looks to be like he's dressed like a hip guy, and he's wearing a blazer, a collared shirt that's either white or light blue, jeans and sneakers, and he is carrying what has been told to us is an AR-15, carrying it like this. Now, I don't know if you can see, and now an AR-15 would go from like here on me up to about here. And broad daylight, walking down Park Avenue and going through an esplanade that is normally a very busy area at that time of night because people are on their way home from work. And you're in Midtown, lots of financial industries here along Park Avenue. Walking with purpose, and you can see the intenseness on his face. He was on his way to do something, and you can feel looking at those pictures.
I mean, that area was wide open too. So walking with an AR-15 down Park Avenue, you wonder if he got out of a car right there or how far he was walking. It was a big, wide open area, and there's nobody else around him. And you can see from that security photo, it's just him. And it does look like an AR-15 rifle. And when I was taking videos, I talked to one eyewitness that said that he spoke to a woman that was sitting right there. She saw somebody walk in with an AR-15, and she heard automatic fire. And that's what she told this gentleman who told me.
And if you're joining us now, I'm Duarte Geraldino taking over for Natasha right now. We have a developing story. There was a shooter in Midtown Manhattan just after 6:30 p.m. Monday. A man with a rifle and a bulletproof vest, he was wearing a bulletproof vest at the time, walked into the lobby of 345 Park Avenue and opened fire. This is the major office tower that houses companies, some of the biggest names in finance right now. We're talking about Blackstone, KPMG, and of course the NFL. This was a developing story with a lot of locations went on lockdown. 3 people were shot. A police officer working private security and 2 civilians. They were shot. The officer is expected to survive. One of the civilians is in critical condition right now. Now, after the shooting, the gunman, we're told, ran upstairs and barricaded himself on one of the upper floors. A short time later, he was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, police and the FBI, they responded very, very quickly, and the FBI actually helped with this investigation. By around 8 p.m., the building was secure. Hundreds of people in that densely populated area had to shelter in place during this lockdown. And city officials, including Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul, they asked the public to stay away from East 52nd Street while this investigation was continuing. And right now, there's no ongoing threat, but a lot of people are just shaken because of the risks of mass shootings and the idea of this guy walking in to a major financial building and opening fire, just shooting people in the lobby. It's almost unbelievable, but it happened. It's shocking. And then the ease with which he was able to walk in there and then somehow get up to some of the upper floors. And right now, again, there's no ongoing threat, but the shooter's identity and motive, well, that's still being investigated. Now, we have a lot of coverage. We've been on this for hours right now, where we are trying to piece together the elements to this story. What happened? Why was he there? What did he want? Did he actually have a connection to that building? And how long, if at all, this was being planned? Once again, just after 6:30 p.m., a man with a rifle and a bulletproof vest, so there was some sort of planning involved, walked into the lobby of 345 Park Avenue and just opened fire. Just opened fire. This is, again, a major office tower with some of the biggest names in finance. 3 people were shot. A police officer working private security and 2 civilians. We understand that this police officer who was working private security, he was there trying to earn extra money. So he wasn't there on an official New York City job, but he was actually getting paid extra money to work security to keep the people in this building safe. And he was shot. Now, after the shooting, the gunman runs upstairs. It was a frantic situation and barricaded himself on one of the upper floors. A short time later, he was found dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Again, we're still trying to find out what the motive is. What was he trying to accomplish? Was this always going to be some sort of suicide mission? These are the big questions that investigators are trying to piece together. And right now, they are trying to get as much surveillance footage as possible. New York City has some of the most surveilled streets in the world. There are many private cameras, there are public cameras, and all of them may have caught him walking into that building, may have caught him several blocks away for that matter. Where did he take out that weapon? What kind of bag was he wearing? All these things are questions that investigators are going to roll back all that footage and try to determine as he walked into the building. I mean, these are key elements. And then, of course, why wasn't he stopped sooner? These are big issues. Now, police and the FBI responded very, very, very quickly. The FBI was on scene. They were working. And again, by 8 p.m., the building was secure. Hundreds of people had to shelter in place during this lockdown, which was frightening. I mean, some of our crews, they spoke to people who are still in shock, who can't believe they had to go in lockdown in Midtown Manhattan because of an active shooter situation where a police officer had been shot. There's a whole lot of questions tonight, and we're going to bring you a lot of coverage where we're going to have experts who are going to be talking about the elements of this investigation and what can be done to prevent a situation like this. We always talk about lockdowns. We always talk about preparation. But to see it actually happen again at this level in a building like this, that's raising eyebrows tonight. That is raising some big eyebrows tonight. Now, city officials and the Mayor Eric Adams, they're still working right now, and the Governor Kathy Hochul, they've asked the public to stay away because they're still gathering evidence and doing some interviews. And you're looking at this video right now. You can see the officers with their weapons drawn, prepared to shoot in the event of something happening. Again, a shaky situation. They were standing at the door. You can see them right now peering in, trying to figure out if this man was working by himself, if he had intelligence inside, if he was going after a particular target. You're looking at him right now. You see in that yellow box, this is the suspect that reportedly walked into that building, and what he is holding on his right hand is that weapon. We're giving you a closer look right now. You can see him holding it. This is a major weapon. He's wearing sunglasses. He looks like a very sophisticated person, anyone who would be in this area, but for the fact that he's wearing a weapon. He's carrying this weapon, and he's walking very, very calmly into this building right now. This camera caught him, and investigators are now combing the area. They're trying to gather more camera footage to see how many other cameras caught him. And at what point was it clear that he was on this attack mission? You can look at that weapon. And you have to imagine the people around in the area, they look calm. See those two gentlemen up in the center of your screen above him? All calm. This guy has a weapon. Again, we don't know a motive for this attack. We don't even know his identity right now. He's wearing sunglasses. Difficult to tell who this man is. You can even see people sitting around. No one was shocked as he was walking toward that building. That gives you an understanding of how calm he was as he approached the building, prepared to shoot people. We understand that he shot multiple people. We don't know what his goal was, how many more he wanted to kill. And eventually, we understand the initial reports are telling us that he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. At this point in the investigation, investigators want to know who he is, exactly where he lives, who he lived with, and they're going to be combing his internet history to find out if this was planned. You can see all the officers on your screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on there, weapons drawn once again, because they didn't know if there were more shooters in this location. All they knew was that there was an active shooter, an officer down, 2 people shot, and then he's running up a building that had hundreds of people working in this building, housing some of the biggest names in finance. So there are a lot of high-profile targets. We don't know what connection he has. It's still too early to know what connection he has to this building. That's going to be the bigger question. Did he choose this building? Did it mean something to him? We don't know these things right now. But what we do know is that an officer is shot, civilians are shot, and the city right now is in shock. Absolute shock. A scene like this we've seen unfold in a lot of different other countries, some parts of the U.S. But here, you can see this woman running outside. She has her bag. She's running outside after having been locked in. Another gentleman, you can see him in a suit and a tie. He's trying to run out of this building because there was an active shooter. Again, this is footage taken earlier in the day. There's no threat right now. But the type of emotional stress that this has put on the city is evident. And we now know, obviously, they're going to be investigating. How did a man with a weapon like this get so close to this building, manage to walk in? Everyone, you can see people, they're looking around in shock. Some walking calmly, wondering what exactly is happening. Again, if you are joining us right now, the headline is, there was an active shooter in Midtown Manhattan. He walked into the building, 345 Park Avenue, one of the most high-profile buildings in the city. You can see a picture of him right now. We have circled him out in this yellow box, a close-up shot. You can see him with that weapon in his right hand, walking incredibly calmly into this building. Big questions tonight. Why this building? Was this planned? Is he connected to anyone? Did he have any intelligence? How was he able to get that close? And then, how was he able to get up to some of the upper floors? We understand that he was barricading himself on some of the upper floors. The question is, how did he know to go there? Why there? Again, open fire in the lobby. He struck at least 3 people, including an NYPD officer. That officer was not there on official duty. He was working private security, getting paid by a private company who seek out NYPD officers because of their specific training to prevent situations like this. Now, the officer, we got some more details. He was shot in the back. He is expected to survive. One civilian is still in critical condition right now. Another civilian is likely to recover. Now, after the shooting, the suspect, he managed to get upstairs. He barricaded himself. Reports range anywhere from the 32nd to the 34th floor. We're still trying to get very, very specific details. But he was able to shoot people in the lobby, somehow, then go upstairs where his body was eventually found. Now, reports suggest that he died by suicide, a self-inflicted wound. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch announced at 8 p.m. that the scene was contained and the shooter had been neutralized. Again, this is footage that we shot earlier today. This situation has been contained, but the fear, you can see people running out of that building because there was an active shooter. We understand the companies inside that building were sending alerts to all of the employees who were actually still left in the building, telling them, shelter in place, hide, do not come out of your office, stay away from any sort of door or window where someone could take aim at you. We have someone who's going to be joining us soon. We have a guest his name is Kirk Buckholter. Now, he's a professor at New York Law School, and he's a retired NYPD detective. Thank you for joining us. We know the facts of this case so far. A man, and the images are pretty shocking, walks into this building holding a weapon in his right hand. When you see that, what's your immediate reaction?
You know, my immediate reaction is that it's just it's such a New York thing that someone can walk the street in such a bizarre fashion by so many people, and there's a small chance that he's going to garner some type of reaction. It's just wildly unfortunate, to say the least, that someone can walk with some type of replica assault rifle, walk down the street, walk into the building. And I have no doubt that at some point the NYPD will recover footage from the various surveillance cameras of him exiting a car or exiting the subway, pulling that rifle out and walking perhaps an entire block at a rather slow pace. So it's really unfortunate, and it's just totally bizarre.
In a situation like this, I mean, everyone is thinking, okay, I may work in a building, I may walk in this area. What are the types of security procedures in place when you have an active shooter? What are we supposed to do when you're in a building this tall and there is a suspect going through, taking aim? And at this point, we believe it's random.
So, it's difficult. That's a difficult discussion because it presupposes that every single active shooter follows some type of specific pattern, and they don't. These are human beings. The best thing that an individual can do is to be vigilant and to take cover and try not to present themselves as a target. Most buildings, their security is there to challenge persons, to aid those who are either employees or visiting the building, and to guard against fire and other types of hazards. Security is not there to protect against some type of assault by an active shooter. They're there to discourage that, hopefully, but it's virtually impossible. There's an old adage, the most difficult thing about setting off a bomb is not being there when it goes off. So once someone is unconcerned about their well-being and they're unconcerned about whether they survive, they have a very high likelihood of causing damage, either by any form of weapon.
You said something that is just, it echoes in my mind right now. Security is not there to protect from an active shooter. They're there to deter one. In a situation like this, can we go through what might have happened inside in a situation like this? They're not there to prevent an active shooter, but what happens? You've had a lot of experience, many years in law enforcement. What happens in a situation like this inside?
Well, security should be the eyes and ears of law enforcement. Hopefully, they had time to notify the authorities, call 911, and then to authorities when they are there, and to help with the evacuation of civilians. It's very difficult to keep eyes on this person when they enter the building and where they travel, which direction they travel to. It sounds like the off-duty police officer was somewhere in the lobby on the first floor and was one of the first persons that the shooter shot. So here you have one of the most trained individuals in that building with regards to law enforcement and protecting others, and he succumbed to his wounds right away. So right away things went askew, and you know, who's to say that security is on each and every floor and how robust that security is? There's just not enough people in the world that have that level of training to be perform these types of security duties in every single office building in New York City.
So when we look at this investigation, we know that they're going to be looking at security footage, trying to determine where he actually walked, how long it took him, how long he was walking in Manhattan on these streets calmly with what looks like this replica assault rifle. What else are they likely to do in this investigation to try to figure out a motive? And the big question, determine whether he was working by himself or if there were more people involved.
Sure. So let's talk about that weapon, which was rather large and menacing. There's a strong possibility that he did not walk for many blocks with that weapon entering the building. So I would not be surprised to find that we see he exited the public transportation or some type of vehicle and then pulled the weapon out within fairly close proximity to the building. But that's the next piece of the investigation. The police are going to scrub every piece of video within that area. Next, determining where he came from and if he had any associates or accomplices or anyone with him. Did someone drive him to the scene, or did he arrive there on his own? The weapon in and of itself, where did it come from? Was it purchased legally? Was it purchased illegally? Was it modified to operate in fully automatic mode, or was it a semi-automatic weapon? Did he purchase it? If it was purchased legally, did he purchase it, or did someone else? And then finally, the information we have now is that the shooter is from Las Vegas. So I'm fairly certain that the authorities in Las Vegas are already at his residence of record, determining if anyone lives there. And they're going to have to work and get some type of search warrants and do this properly, because there may still be others who are alive that might incur some type of criminal liability. So the police just can't go willy-nilly and kick down doors and do those types of things. So they're going to have to involve prosecutors on the state and possibly federal level.
You've been doing this for so many years. Is it possible for a lone gunman to do all of this, or is it highly unlikely?
Oh, it's certainly possible. I mean, we've seen this throughout history. Folks that operated alone did far more. Timothy McVeigh basically operated alone, and many others. So it's certainly possible.
You could walk behind.
Yes, dependent on how, and I hate to use this term, but how motivated that individual is. So people can do these types of things. They can operate alone. As a matter of fact, if they don't operate alone, it's probably a greater possibility of preventing some type of action like this, because someone is likely to notify the authorities or some mental health official or someone. So more likely than not, someone gets away with this, so to speak, because they were acting alone.
Because they were acting alone. How important are going to be these internet searches? Are they going to be looking at his search history?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's in this day and age, it's almost impossible to do something like this without having some type of internet footprint. Now, it could be anywhere from Googling how to assault a building with a rifle to simply doing research on purchasing that rifle, doing research on traveling from Las Vegas to New York, whether he drove or took a plane or some other form of transportation. There will be something in his internet postings, communications with each other, posting with other folks, posting some media that express some type of grievance, perhaps, at one of the business entities that were in the building. So certainly, in this day and age, I think his social media will be extremely telling as to motive and methodology.
The facts that you have highlighted. This man is from Las Vegas, or at least lives in Las Vegas, somehow pops up in New York City, takes this rifle, walks into a building. These are very specific things. He might have traveled thousands of miles. At this point, investigators are going to be wondering why and for who. Thank you so much, Kurt, for your insight in this investigation. We look forward to hearing from you a little bit later on. Thank you. I want to bring
You're quite welcome.
Thank you. I want to bring in Linda Schmidt, who has been on the scene for many, many hours covering this case. Linda, are you with us now?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. You got me. I've been here on the scene. Gus, what time did we get here? About 6:20? Yeah. I'm talking to my cameraman. Yeah, we got here about 6:20. Now, we are in Midtown. We're on 50th Street. Right behind me here, this is Lexington. And Gus, just go ahead and push in, because the scene here is dramatically different from what it was earlier. You can see there are still dozens and dozens of police officers on the scene, but since the shooter has been neutralized, the tone of everything here has dropped significantly. It is not the chaos that we were dealing with earlier, and the extreme sense of danger. People are much more calm right now. In fact, Gus, let's go ahead and show them over here. This area over here had been closed off to not just also the general public, because the NYPD State Police had cordoned off several blocks here, so people were not allowed to walk along Lexington Avenue, starting here at 50th Street and stretching for 2 blocks, maybe even 3. They just opened up this street right here for anybody who lives in these blocks now. You are allowed to have access, again, because the shooter has been neutralized. Again, I'm Linda Schmidt, Fox 5 News. We have been out here since about 6:20. I want to bring in my colleague here, Kendall Green. And Kendall was located about 6 blocks from here. But I want to give you, just so you have the lay of the land, where this all happened was, I'm on 50th and Lex. It's on 51st Street, 1 block from here, and then it's just right around the corner. And it was that entrance right around the corner where that gunman went in with an AR-15 earlier this evening and started to open fire. Now, Kendall, you were located, what, about 5 or 6 blocks from here?
Yeah, we were right along 55th, close to 56th and Park. Right. And then we were talking to a bunch of the residents, we were talking to workers there, and they were telling us that they had to put into a shelter in place. Many of them were standing there for about a couple of hours. One gentleman we spoke with earlier, he was standing on like the 30th floor, looking down at the scene of that BMW with that perpetrator you saw there. Right. And he was just talking about what that looked like. And he was saying that the officers were there at first. In a matter of 5 minutes, they got alerted what was going on. And right after that, you just saw drove of police officers, drove of ambulance, EMT. We heard some of them, some of the scanner talks where they were actually directing EMS right there to the location. We're there at 943.
So employees in some of the surrounding buildings, because again, on Park Avenue here in Midtown, there are a lot of financial businesses down here. So it's not just down Wall Street where these financial institutions have offices. They have some here as well. And by the way, 2 of the biggest companies that were in the building where this happened, the NFL and Blackstone, which is a financial company. Now, the people that you were talking to, did they work in the buildings adjoining them or a few streets away?
One of them was about a block away, right across from where that building is, the Blackstone building. Okay. And he was saying that he saw all the interactions there going on with that shooter. Other people, they were in the building that looked like it was maybe right next door to the building that's right across the street. Okay. Kind of corner to where that shooting happened. happened, and they were just talking about the scene and how crazy it was there.
But some of those employees were saying that they were alerted. So were they alerted by their own companies? Was it through a text message saying shelter in place, active shooter? What did they tell you?
One person, they told me they were alerted by a woman, just a woman that said that there's a guy with a gun. Everybody needs to be careful, get out the way. And then after that, that's when they started getting alerts from people that they worked with, and then authorities told them to shelter in place from that point. So, of course, they were worried about that. This is something they've never seen. Park Avenue, that strip, so many businesses, so many financial firms, as you just mentioned, the NFL. So this was something that just caught them completely off guard. And then we were showing them the pictures. You know, they're hearing about it, and then we showed them the pictures of that.
Of the gunman, because there were 2 pictures that were released of the gunman.
Yeah, and when they saw that, and you're thinking that's a couple of blocks, not a couple of blocks, a building over or 2 buildings over from where you work, and you see somebody walking in with clean cut, as you mentioned earlier before we got on air, clean sneakers. It seemed like a statement to be made, but they were frantic when they saw that AR was something that was so close to them, and to hear that there were, casualties involved.
Right. You know, when you talk about this going on first of all, in the country, it really is heartbreaking that anything like this would happen. But then you're talking about New York City, 6 o'clock at night, so many people, thousands of people on their way home because it's still the evening commute. And to think that someone is walking along Park Avenue carrying an AR-15. Now, I don't know how many of you have seen the picture, but the picture showed the shooter, and if you want to be kind of wide on me, Gus, here, the shooter carrying the AR-15 like this, right next to him. So it would have gone about from his knee up to about here, and just walking straight and walking with purpose. No look on his face, clean cut, had on dark glasses, had on a dark colored blazer, a collared shirt that was either white or light blue. Kendall, you can come back in here. Light blue, had on black jeans, nice pair of sneakers, but walking with purpose. And obviously walking with purpose. If you have an AR-15, you're intending to do something with it. Absolutely. You have some intent. But he was not looking around. He was looking straight. He knew exactly where he was going. So it was not something that was random. So did people talk to you about that picture?
Well, yeah, they were so shook by the picture, and then they were worried about their own loved ones, their family members. There was someone pretty close. There was someone there. We saw families that were sitting there waiting because their building is so close, waiting for individuals who were shelter in place, worried about what was going to come next, if they were going to get bad news. We saw one individual close to the scene where we were burst out into tears with her mom. With one of her parents, and you don't know whether she is, how connected she is, but where we were, you saw after things calmed down, you start to see just worry. It went from kind of frantic. Are you safe? Do you know just having your wherewithal about you, and then it went straight to worry and just hoping for the best for those folks.
Right. Because when you're going through something like this, and being in the news business, we have gone through situations like this before. Immediately and within like the first hour, again, until the shooter is neutralized, it is an organized chaos, and it is panic, and your adrenaline is kicking in for everybody, even the general public. And it's after the shooter has been neutralized, he realizes that it is no longer dangerous. That's when this starts to sink in. People start thinking about it, and then you start thinking about your coworkers and your family, and that's when it really starts to hit people, and that's where a lot of people end up breaking down.
Yeah, and then you see the tension between police officers there. At first you're worried, you're seeing how they're being really aggressive with everyone, trying to keep them out the way.
Right.
And then they get things kind of subdued, and you know where things, you think you know where things are, where they stand. And then you start to understand, okay, this was something going on very close. Folks were in danger, clear danger, and they seem to get more sympathized with that.
Right. Well, when we first got here, we actually, Gus, my cameraman and I, we made it up to Park Avenue, which is a block from here. And so now this has all been opened up to the general public, so they're allowed to walk on this. But we initially were allowed up a block from here, which was right around the corner from where the shooting happened. But then quickly, I guess maybe we were there for about 45 minutes, and then police actually started pushing us back for our safety. They wanted to get not just the media, but the general public pushed as far back as possible until they realized that the shooter had been neutralized. Because not only are they trying to deal with what's going on in the building, they have to keep the public safe outside. Because you have a shooter inside a building, they don't know if that person's going to open a window, start firing down at the street. They have no idea what happened, but that is a scenario that they have to prepare for. So they pushed us back to this area right here. And again, where this happened was just a block from here, and then you would make a left and you would go up, I don't know, maybe 20 yards, maybe 20, 30 yards up this block is the entrance to the building where it happened. And I know you were talking too, come back in, Kendall. You were talking about some of those people saying that they had been notified by other people. Yeah. But the NFL actually sent out an alert, and I'm sure other businesses in that building did the same thing, telling their employees not to leave the building, to shelter in place. And this is what these folks, I mean, it's a Monday.
Right.
In the summer, right. 6 o'clock at night, right. People are on their way home from work, and
just getting ready to close out, and then you have to shelter in place for couple of hours, right. And you don't know what's coming next. You don't know if you're going to be there for the rest of the night. You don't know what's going to happen. So yeah, there was plenty of worry, and some of those finance workers, you know, you work in finance, you kind of get comfortable. You on Park Avenue, you kind of don't expect anything like that to happen. Yeah, so I mean, the fact that this happened right there on Park, such a main stretch of Manhattan,
in a financial area.
Right. So you have to ask the question: what was the motive and the connection to that financial institution? What's, you know, that, of course, that's going to come out later on in the presser, or when to the bottom of that part of it.
Well, right now the mayor is at the hospital, New York Presbyterian, which, by the way, is not too far from here. That's at 68th and First Avenue. So that, again, is on the Upper East Side. We're in Midtown. We're at 50th and Lex. So that's a good, 50 to 68th. It's probably about 20 blocks from here. So the mayor is there. The chief of department is there. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is there as well. And the mayor is going to be having a news conference. Now, he arrived on the scene here shortly after we got here. And there was a block. We were originally up about a block, and they had the police tape up there because the mayor arrived soon after this started happening. And so he was already obviously being briefed, because the moment something like this happens, the mayor knows about it. He is being continually briefed on what's happening. So he got here to the scene, and then he got closer to the building. Now they are all up at the hospital because it has been confirmed one of those people shot is an NYPD officer, and it appears that NYPD officer was moonlighting, which they are allowed to do when it's approved by the department, and it appears that's what this officer was doing, providing security inside this building. So the mayor's going to be having a news conference shortly, and he will be updating us on exactly what's happening. But do me a favor, can you just grab the mic here for a moment? And again, I'm Linda Schmidt with Fox 5 News. This is my colleague, Kendall Green.
And another point that kind of stuck out was that weapon, and how, I don't know, just it was for a bunch of those witnesses to watch, you know, that this was so close to them. And I know a bunch of them that we spoke with. There was a woman, we showed her the picture of that AR-15, and the look on her face as she was looking at it, it just looked like she was worried. You know, you could tell, you could see it in her eyes that she was really worried, concerned about this. And I mean, this is a really busy area, and so you have to wonder, like, was she in danger? What everybody there dozens of folks just outside. Were they in danger simply just by being there? Thankfully, things calmed down at that point. But yeah, it was something definitely to see. And another point was something else that kind of stands out about this is the temperament of some of the officers that you saw there. You could tell that there was a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. Several blocks spanning of an area that is packed with thousands and thousands of people with any given hour or so. So you have to contain that block. You have to contain the wider perimeter to make sure that other buildings are safe and there's no issues with that. So it was a heavy load for NYPD there, and it seems like things seem to be calm, and we're going to find out what all of this was about. But I mean, in all your years of reporting, have you ever seen anything this crazy right here in Midtown, and does anything compare?
No, nothing really compares to this right here, right now. And I hate to, I've been at Fox 9 years, and I hate to bring up, I hate to, invoke 9/11. But that, of course, was one of those situations that you carry with you for the rest of your life. None of us will ever forget that. But the intensity and the amount of police officers in the FBI and the state police and the units with the heavy guns, the ECU, with the NYPD, seeing the coordination with them. There were literally hundreds of members of law enforcement here. And when you see them trying to protect not just the media, but the public, and trying to get them out of the way because they don't...
Frantically themselves, right, who are getting worried and wondering what's going to happen next. A lot of tension, a lot of commotion, a whole lot going on. But as you were saying, go ahead.
Right. But as far as the amount of police officers in dealing with what was happening here today, the unknown, the scariness of it, the danger of it, it did remind me a little bit of, that feeling that we all experienced on 9/11. And again, that is something in and of itself. I don't mean to compare it to 9/11 because there really is no comparison. What I'm talking about here is just that feeling when you are a first responder, and members of the media, we are first responders. And when we get out here and we're dealing with the police because they don't know what they're going to be dealing with, and at any moment, someone could lose their life at any moment because you have no idea what circumstances really are. And is there one person involved? Are there two people involved? Is somebody suddenly going to jump out of a car and start firing? You don't know, and it's very scary.
You don't know what or who is a threat. You don't know exactly, and you could tell that was more why they were so intense. Why? I mean, delivery drivers, they go up and down that street every day, and we saw one of them fall off his bike, just trying to get to the area, right, because he was rerouted by police. But that kind of goes to show you it's a packed area, it's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, but police were definitely adamant about keeping folks out of that area for...
See, and one of the other things, too, that the NYPD deals with, and any police department in a situation like this, is that you also then get your gawkers, your curiosity seekers, and now especially because of social media, because they see this stuff posted, and instead of staying away, which they are instructed to do, they then they do the opposite, and they gravitate to the area, which makes it more difficult for police. And Gus and I saw a couple of people get arrested, and they appeared to be people that were just here, and they thought this was all some big game, and they wanted to come and they wanted to create problems for the police department. They thought it was funny. Well, it's not funny. People's lives are at stake here. Their life could be in danger, and that's what police were trying to explain in a very quick way to people today.
You have a matter of 3 seconds to get that point across before you have to either use your words or use your actions.
You gotta move.
Yeah,
you gotta move.
Absolutely.
Because they move multiple times.
Yeah.
Linda, you guys are here. You gotta move.
Right.
You gotta keep moving.
Right.
And we were live and walking and talking while they were moving us, and they were doing it for our safety.
Right. And we were talking to a woman, I think around 6:30, 6:40, and we were trying to talk to her about what happened, and we're moving with police as well.
Yes.
So they're moving us out the way, and we're trying to get her account as a witness. And they're just doing what they have to do.
Yeah, and one of our colleagues, Matt Onimus, now he's not here right now, but he has been going live with us since about 6:30 this evening, and he was on his way home from work, and he had his AirPods in, and he was passing that area just moments after it happened, and he was telling me that suddenly he looked up and he could see this flood of people running toward him, and he could see the fear in their eyes, and he's like, and it takes the brain a couple of seconds to process what you're really seeing, you know. That's what talking about that.
That's what we heard over and over again. They're like, you hear the words at first, and then you take a beat, and then you realize what's going on. You realize the imminent danger, and then you just go into a mode where, all right, you're watching intently, your antennas are up, you're paying so much attention to everything going on, and you're worried. We talked to one guy who was calling some of his colleagues up the block. This is a financial district, a bunch of, they're close. This is a tight-knit community, and so many of them, they were saying they were calling in, checking in on some of their friends. Yeah, and they're like, are you good? Are you good? And they're getting thumbs up on this side, thumbs up on the other side, but there is a worry that somebody with an assault rifle will walk into a financial institution in New York City on Park Avenue. You have to question, what's the message? What's the message behind this? What's the motive behind this? That's not our job. That's what police will tell us. But yeah, it's one of those days folks are never going to forget. I mean, and even if you weren't in the building, even if you weren't in one of those places, a shelter in place, you walk past the scene and you're seeing this is what's going on, and this is the guy, and here's an AR-15. He's all over the news, and you're worried because is he working by himself? Is this a single actor? And then one of the witnesses we talked to, he was on the 30th floor, saw the BMW, that black BMW we've been showing with the skycopter the entire time.
Which appears to be the shooter's car, the black BMW.
He said, he reported to me as a witness, he wasn't sure how they were involved, but the people didn't look alive at that BMW. Police were carrying. They didn't look like they were okay. So in that black BMW, he was from his high, on the 30th floor. He was looking down on it, and he said he was worried about that car particularly. It's connected with it. Whose lives were taken, we're not sure, but those images alone, enough to just...
That will stick with you for the rest of your life, because it's not a normal thing for anybody to have to experience. But again, I want to get back to our colleague Matt Onimus. When he stumbled upon this, then catty-cornered, he took his cell phone out and he started taking some videos, and he could see some of the videos that you folks have been seeing on YouTube and on the air, on commercial television, where there were multiple NYPD officers that were by the entrance, and it looks like something out of a movie, where they're right up, they're plastered right across, right next to the building with the guns drawn. And then other officers, there were 4 or 5, carrying out what appears to have been the New York City police officer who was shot. Now, that has been confirmed that the officer was shot, and they were running him out, carrying him by his arms and legs and getting him to an ambulance. And seeing those types of scenes, I mean, it's hard to believe that it's happening in your city at that time.
And then for Onimus, I mean, you're in there. I overheard him in my IFB. You have your headphones in, and just the visuals alone, before you take the headphones out and see all the commotion, you know that there's something insane going on. And the question I would beg to ask is, if, for people who didn't have that, people who did have their headphones in and were not alert of everything going on, how they could have acted, how if you're getting behind on the updates, how the scene itself just affects your psychology, affects what's going on in your mind.
Oh, absolutely. And then, not like this is something that we're all used to. It takes you time to process what's going on. It can take you a solid 3 to 5 seconds for you to go, wait a minute, I know I'm seeing this, but whoa, this is what's really happening here before you know how to react at that point. Now, what I'm doing here, I'm just checking some stuff that's online. What's that?
I mean, this just at least two, just thinking about what New York City is,
yes.
Park Avenue, what it is.
Right.
At least two people, you get that headline, 2 people shot at a Manhattan office building. Right. And it's not some domestic situation. This is not some off the beaten path situation. This is somewhere where you don't expect it at all. But go ahead, what were you looking for?
No, that's okay. I'm just getting an alert here that the media was just allowed inside to New York Presbyterian Hospital. So the mayor is going to be having a news conference there. That's going to be starting shortly, but they were just allowed in. So that what they'll be doing is they'll be escorting all of those reporters and the camera crews to a room, and then hopefully it'll be a spacious room because there are going to be dozens and dozens and dozens of members of the media there, and then they will have that news conference. So I'm guessing right now it's about 8 minutes of 10. It's probably going to take them a solid 15 to 20 minutes to get set up, and then the news conference would begin after that. I'm sorry, I thought somebody was yelling my name. And then it would be about, say, 15 minutes after that before the news conference starts. And again, the mayor is there, the chief of department is there. My assumption is the FBI would be there as well. Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department is working with the NYPD on this case. So she put that notice out right away. Governor Hochul has been briefed on everything that is going on. The FBI was out here as well earlier today, as well as state police. So I would imagine they will have representatives from all of those law enforcement agencies, and they will all be speaking. And Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is also there, so he may speak as well. But it will be the mayor who updates everyone on the number of people who have been shot and the conditions. Okay, hold on just a second here. We have to, okay, all right. So now at this point, give me one moment here. I mean, this is how the sausage is made, so to speak. This is what we do when we're live out in the field. Sometimes it isn't pretty, but it's just the way that we have to do our jobs here. So I'm just reading through some notifications to see if I can gather any more information that I can actually share with you at this time. But again, just to recap, I'm Linda Schmidt with Fox 5 News. This is my colleague, Kendall Green, here in New York City, where there was a shooting at a Manhattan office building. It was right around the block from here. It happened about 6 o'clock tonight. Literally thousands of people would have been on their way home, leaving those businesses and on their way home for their evening commutes.
How backed up the place was. I mean, for folks just trying to get home who weren't connected to the adjoining buildings, who weren't on the same block. Maybe if it's over, you have folks coming from 3rd, you have folks coming over from 5th, trying to get to where they're going, whether it's the subway, whether it's, whatever their commute, a bus, whatever the case is. Yeah, wherever they're parked. And this is something that kind of locks you in for a while. And it's like, because you're locked in it, you become more aware. And you're a little bit more worried about it. And you're seeing how intense the police officers are, trying to make sure that they keep things calm, cool, and collected. But what another element that sticks out is we saw a father. He appeared to be a father. He just standing outside of the building, and he says he doesn't say it, he's just standing there. And you kind of where basically someone shared that he was waiting for somebody outside the building, and I asked him about him, and he said he's just waiting for them to come out. We didn't catch back up with that man, but just seeing that sight of worry, seeing that concern. He doesn't say it, he's just standing there, and you kind of where he basically someone shared that he was waiting for somebody outside the building, and I asked him about him, and he said he's just waiting for them to come out. We didn't catch back up with that man, but just seeing that sight of worry, seeing that concern. He doesn't say it, he's just standing there, and you kind of where he basically someone shared that he was waiting for somebody outside the building, and I asked him about him, and he said he's just waiting for them to come out. We didn't catch back up with that man, but just seeing that sight of worry, seeing that concern. He doesn't say it, he's just standing there, and you kind of where he basically someone that he was waiting for somebody outside the building, and I asked him about him, and he said he's just waiting for them to come out. We didn't catch back up with that man, but just seeing that sight of worry, seeing that concern. He doesn't say, he's just standing there, and you kind of worry. He basically.
All right, Andrew Kraft here now in the anchor chair. You've been watching there our incredible colleagues cover a really, really tough story there in Midtown Manhattan this afternoon there, as we learned that a shooting at that office building today, and we are getting some conflicting numbers on the number of those injured and the number of fatalities. But at the top of the next hour, in about a few minutes here, we are going to get a live press conference from the NYPD there. This is going to be outside New York Presbyterian Hospital on the Upper East Side. So this is a live picture right now as we await for this press conference to begin. But that is what happens during some of these major breaking news stories. The information is very fluid. Sometimes it is contradictory. And I know that you've seen probably a lot of conflicting numbers, especially with regard to those injured, those shot, and unfortunately, those killed. So there are sources like the Associated Press, like Fox 5 New York, like the Fox News Channel that we rely on here on Live Now. We're going to wait, though, to confirm some of this information after this very press conference here. You're going to be listening, I would imagine, from NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, from New York City Mayor Adams. I would imagine the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, is also going to be there. And so they are going to walk us through this incredible tragedy that happened this afternoon in Midtown Manhattan on a busy Monday afternoon, late afternoon, after 5 o'clock local time there at 345 Park Avenue. This major high-rise skyscraper office building, whatever you want to call it, it houses some pretty big organizations, financial institutions like Blackstone. Also, we know that the NFL is headquartered there. That's where their New York City offices are. So Mayor Eric Adams did say that multiple people were injured. All right, we're going to step away from this. We do have some commotion going on. Take a look at this shot that we have here. I'm not entirely sure what that is. All right, so as you would imagine, let's go back to the other shot here. As you would imagine, though, during these very fluid developing scenes, a lot of people, especially in New York City, the biggest city in the country, a lot of people want to come out. They want to find out what's going on. They want to also post on their social media about it. As you know, citizen journalists, they get on the scene for this as well to try to tell their followers what's going on. But we don't rely on them. We rely on what we know in the moment. And so you can see there we have a podium set up outside New York Presbyterian Hospital. Also, you probably have been seeing a suspect's name floating out there in some of these reports and information about that said suspect. Again, we're going to wait until we hear from the NYPD to offer any information, to offer any details about that. So in the meantime, we're going to stay on this shot here. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. It is at the top of a new hour right now, 7 o'clock here on the West Coast, 10 o'clock there in the Big Apple. Thanks so much for being with us as we continue to cover this very fluid developing situation that all happened there in Midtown Manhattan on Park Avenue, Park and Lexington, earlier this afternoon at 345 Park Avenue there. That's the Blackstone building. The Fire Department of New York said emergency crews were called to the very building around 6:30 p.m. local time for a report of someone shot. Also, some finance workers at an office building down the block were picking up dinner at a corner eatery when they heard a loud noise and saw people running. So in the meantime here, Fox 5 New York, they are in their coverage as well. Let's take it.
A man walking into a Park Avenue office building caught on camera carrying an assault rifle before opening fire. Tonight, the new information on the victims, the suspect, and the massive police response. Fox 5 team coverage starts right now. Welcome to the 10 o'clock news. I'm Natasha Verma. Steve has the night off. An NYPD officer is among those shot. Authorities are at any moment. We have live team coverage from the scene in Midtown to the hospital on the Upper East Side where victims are being treated. Let's kick things off with Fox 5's Linda Schmidt on the scene. And Linda, this is a very fluid situation tonight.
Natasha, it sure. I do have to tell you this. From the moment that we got here at about 6:20 tonight, it was organized chaos out here. People were running in the street. There was panic. There had been reports of an active shooter, and people were not really sure what they were dealing with. You'll see some of that video in just a moment. But first, I'm going to step out of the way because I just want you to take a look at what the scene looks like right now. I'm at 50th and Lexington. We are right around the corner from that building where this happened earlier tonight. And as you can see, it is much calmer out here. There are still plenty of police. I would say there's got to be at least 100 police officers within like a 4-block area out here in Midtown remaining tonight. But the mayor is at New York Presbyterian Hospital, which is where the New York City police officer was taken. There were also some other people that were shot inside that building. They are likely as well at New York Presbyterian Hospital, which is about 22 blocks from here. And the mayor is going to be having a news conference shortly. But I want you to go ahead and take a look at some of the video. Some of the video that was shot by one of our colleagues, Matt Onimus. Now, I've worked with Matt at Fox 5 for over, we were talking earlier tonight, it's been 24 years that we've worked together. He was leaving work tonight, and he happened to be walking by, and he stumbled on to what was happening. At first, he didn't realize what was happening, and then quickly he was able to process it. Earlier tonight, and I'm going to, we're going to go to that interview for you right now. Here's what Matt had to say. Go ahead, take a listen.
I was going to go home from work. I was walking down Park Avenue. I had my headphones on, so I didn't really hear anything except for music. And then I saw a rush of people rush past me. And then some people had like really scared looks in their eyes, and it was a lot of people. So I took my headphones off, and I hear shooter, gunshots, people kind of like saying that. So I took my headphones off, I turned around, and I was in between 51st and 50th Street. So I started walking back towards 51st Street because it seemed to kind of quiet down. But on 51st Street by the Bank of America, I saw police officers with their guns drawn, hiding behind planters, hiding behind trees, right around the Bank of America building. I called Fox 5 and I said, there's something going on. They're saying it's a shooter. So I had my phone out and I started recording. And then as I'm watching the cops go into the Bank of America building, a few minutes later, people are coming out, and they look like they've worked there. They look scared. And then a few minutes later, 4 police officers came out, and they were carrying what I thought was another police officer that looked injured. He was carrying him by both of his arms and his legs, and then ushering him across the Esplanade.
Basically running him across the Esplanade, and he had a uniform on.
That's right. That's right. And so from there, just more police officers were coming into the scene, ambulances. The scene got more chaotic, but people were still kind of unsure what was going on. The SWAT team started coming in, recording as things kind of unfolded.
Right. In fact, most of the video that you have been seeing from those initial first moments, that's video that Matt was shooting on his phone and getting back to the station. And again, there were multiple officers at that entrance with guns drawn.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's why it was strange for me, because people were still kind of hanging around like
not sure
what was going on. But I saw the guns drawn, and we're working with the news business. I kind of put the phone out just so we could still record some things. And but stuff was going on for a long time. And then the police officers started showing up and pushing people back and pushing us back. And then we saw SWAT teams coming in, large police vehicles, ambulances, and the scene got more chaotic as the time went on.
And then you ended up talking with some of the witnesses who said that they saw a man with an AR-15.
I did. I talked to one man who was speaking to a woman who was sitting at the church who saw a man walk in with an AR-15 and heard automatic gunfire. Now, I heard gunfire, but I didn't hear automatic gunfire. I heard like a couple of pops. Once somebody said gunfire, then I heard the pops. But that witness said that this woman told him they saw this man walk in with an AR-15.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. I appreciate you spending so much time with us today, and thank God that you're okay.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Who knows what this could have eventually become for many more people, so thank you. Now, as of right now, it is being reported that at least 3 people have been shot, including a New York City police officer. Now, that officer was apparently moonlighting at that houses multiple tenants, including Blackstone, which is a major financial company, as well as the NFL. Now, members of the NYPD, they are allowed to moonlight as long as it's approved by the department. They are allowed to do that when they're off duty. You see that quite frequently when you go into some of these office buildings here around the city. I'm sure some of you folks watching at home, when you've been in the city, you've seen that as well. But again, the mayor's supposed to be having a news conference shortly, and he will be updating us on exactly what happened and the condition of those who were shot. Back inside to you.
Yeah, I'm glad that Matt is okay. Just such a terrifying ordeal today. All right, Linda, thank you so much. We want to head to Arthur Sheehan, who's live outside New York Presbyterian on the Upper East Side, where the victims were taken. Arthur, what are you seeing there? At last check with you, it was a very tense situation.
Yeah, and it is still a tense situation. You're right. We were outside the last time you saw us. We've just moved inside a building here at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center. This is 68th Street and York Avenue. This is where a number of officials are, as you can see behind us, are going to be speaking and giving their first briefing that we will witness about exactly what went down here. There are 3 locations that we're aware of where people were brought as a result of this shooting. You have this location here. We heard some people might have been brought over. Some of the victims might have been brought over to Bellevue, but it's worth pointing out that there might also be victims still at the scene at that building, and those would be people who are beyond medical help. So there are actually 3 active scenes if we're going to talk about victims of this. As for who we do know is here is that police officer that Matt Animas described seeing who was brought here, learning things about the police officer. Our sources tell us he's relatively young to the NYPD, that he's been on the job for 4 years, which is considered a relatively short time for a police officer. We are told through multiple sources that he's assigned to the 4-7 precinct in the Bronx, and that he was on this paid detail. This is something that's approved. Prior approval is required by the NYPD for them to work extra security jobs and to make some extra money on the side. Commercial businesses often hire these paid detail officers to beef up security. It's a uniformed officer. They're trained professionally, and he was there. Now, we've been talking about the nature of his injury. It obviously seemed very grave, and we'll get an update from the city's officials to give you official word on his condition, but certainly there is concern out here that it was not looking good. We've been showing you video of everybody who has been arriving here. There are countless police vehicles lining all the streets in every direction. This is a large hospital and is surrounded by police vehicles and city officials. We saw Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg arrive at around the same time. Eric Adams was arriving, and we saw other officials, high-ranking officials from the NYPD, including Chief of Department John Schell and several others. And it isn't just the NYPD, but we also see fire officials here. We also see, we also saw the president of the Police Benevolent Association arrive at around 8:15. His union represents patrolmen and presumably this officer as well. This will be a press conference that a lot of people talking, and we'll bring that to you as soon as that happens. But for now, we're live at New York Presbyterian Weill Medical Center on the Upper East Side. We go back to you, Natasha.
Yeah, such a massive response to a situation like this. All right, Arthur, thank you so much. Kendall Green is also live in Midtown speaking with witnesses. Kendall, what did they have to say about the shooting as it was happening?
Yeah, hey, good evening, Natasha. Many of those witnesses that we spoke with, they were inside of another building when they were told to shelter in place. Now, many of them, they expected to be there just for a brief moment, but then they got the news that there was an active shooter situation going on. And then that's when the reality started to sink in, that they would be there for a while. And then you saw those worries. And those are the worries on the inside. Now, on the outside, we were talking to some spectators who were just sitting there watching this whole thing unfold, looking at their phones, watching that individual with that AR-15 just walk into the building, and those images showing just how brazen that crime was. And one financial professional we talked to, he said that he heard a woman that warned them there was a shooter situation going on pretty close to where they were. And as you imagine, you're thinking about your family, you're thinking about your coworkers, your colleagues, wondering if they're okay. And he reached out, started making his rounds, and everybody gave the thumbs up, and things were decent. Now, They tell me that many of those folks, some of them, they're working, others, they're just spectators in the area. But we're going to listen to one of those witnesses who outlined just what it was like just moments ago.
I have a lot of friends that work around here. So it's just crazy to hear things happening so close to you. Like, you hear about it on the news, but then when it's right there, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's literally the middle of the day, and I was walking, and I was seeing a whole bunch of people just casually walking, and all of the police cars and the firefighters and the helicopters going that way, and I'm looking around, I'm like, everybody's normal, but something, as a New Yorker, I'm like, something is definitely going on.
2 people getting dragged out by police. Not sure if it was the shooter or civilians, but I saw 2 people, immediately put in an ambulance. Couldn't tell if they were alive or dead, but yeah, it's pretty scary.
I mean, and think about that. You're at work. You're seeing people get pulled out, taken into an ambulance, and you're really close to where you make a living. We're going to find out what the why, the motive behind that. That's what we're hoping to find out. Many of the people, that was the major concern when we spoke to them, why this happened. Hopefully that press conference can give us some answers on that. I'll send things back to you, Natasha.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people have PTSD from what they saw today. It's so incredibly scary. All right, Kendall, thank you so much. Joining us now with more on today's shooting is Bill Daly, a security expert. Bill, thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Good evening, Natasha.
A shooting happening in broad daylight, middle of Manhattan, in a building that's housing high-powered financial institutions at the end of the workday, with people heading home, going to the subway. What stands out to you right now about this shooting?
Well, a couple of things stand out to me. First of all, it appears this individual was with an intent. So if this was somebody who just was and mayhem and death in New York City, certainly there'd be a lot of other targets in and around on the street outside the building or in any other part of New York City. So if you see with the way that he was walking into this building, it was with intent and with a design to get into a specific place in that building, I believe. Natasha, it's interesting is that over my career, I've actually been in that building as a visitor a number of times. And I can tell you that the lobby security is very tight. They have a security desk where you need to sign in. People just can't walk in off the street and say, I want to go up to a certain office or visit someone without being invited. And then there's also automatic or electronic security portals that people need to pass through in order to go into the elevator bank. So it's very tightly secured, and it sounds as though with the paid detail, the off-duty police officer was there as additional precaution by building management, either just out of an abundance of precaution, or we don't know whether or not there was any pre-information about somebody who may have been making threats against someone in the building. But Natasha, that building, as was mentioned by Linda Schmidt and others, is that it has a number of high-profile organizations from Blackstone Investments to the NFL. I think even the company, the building management company, is well known that has offices in that building. So it's not just the companies, but also there are pretty well-known personalities associated with those companies that are also in the building. So we don't know at this point who or why they were targeted.
Walking with such intent, I mean, when you look at that picture, it's unbelievable. He's got sunglasses on. It just seemed like he's walking with a mission, and then he has an AR-15 out there just right by his. It's surprising to see that.
Well, certainly it's surprising to see it. And having worked really all my career in New York City, I can tell you is that, as much as New Yorkers kind of look the other way when they see all kinds of different things happening on the street, certainly when you would see something like that, immediately draw your attention, and you know that's not supposed to be. He wasn't dressed as a police officer. There was no intent to kind of disguise it. He was carrying it out in the open. The other part of this, too, is that there's reports that this individual, the shooter, is connected with or has lived in or came from Nevada, perhaps Las Vegas. So I'd probably say at this point, the investigation is quickly ensuing to where folks from the FBI, where I used to work many years ago, are now working to identify who else possibly was aware of his plans. Who else could he been associated with? Checking, perhaps getting an immediate search warrant to search his residence, where they may be able to look at computers or other writings that he may have, just to understand both why, but more importantly, more immediately is, are there any other people who are out there with a similar intent or who are co-collaborators who need to be brought in and brought to justice?
Yeah. All right. We have to leave the conversation there. Bill Daly, thank you so much for joining me.
You're very welcome.
Our breaking news coverage continues. Sources say the Midtown shooting suspect is dead. We are back live from the scene with new information coming in right now. Stay with us.
Okay, so that was Fox 5 New York. Here we are back on Live Now from Fox as we continue to simulcast their coverage there. But remember, we are waiting for this press conference underway. We were told it was going to take place there at the top of this hour. They're a little delayed, as you would imagine. They're trying to get their ducks in a row as they want to present the information they know right now. They don't want to jeopardize their investigation, but they will tell us what they feel comfortable telling us as well. So in the meantime here, we do want to keep this shot up. We also have some of our law enforcement analysts and national security experts standing by. So let's stay on this shot. This is Andrew Kraft. I want to really thank our Fox 5 New York colleagues. They have been out there every step of the way of this story. They got there the minute they heard. That's what we do here. And they've been trying to get you up to speed on the latest information, the most accurate information as we know it and when we know it here. So as you would imagine, we're waiting for the NYPD to offer their update, led by Commissioner Jessica Tisch, also with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. We have been showing you as well so many of these comments coming in to us on X, online, on social media from New York City officials, including the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, New York Governor Kathy Hochul, but also both of the state's Democratic senators, Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, and also federal officials, including Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino. So let's hold it here. I want to bring into the conversation right now some of our friends and colleagues who, unfortunately, we have to call for very, very terrible stories like this. So we're going to bring them in here, but we're going to keep this shot up. They are as follows. National security analyst Hal Kempfer, law enforcement expert and analyst David Katz. And gentlemen, thanks for being with us here. We're going to be relying on your expertise throughout the course of the evening here. We don't want to preempt, though, the very beginning of this press conference, so we're going to come back on to this live picture as we wait for it to get underway here. Hal, I guess I'll start with you here. You've seen the images by now of this suspected gunman. We do know it has been reported and it has been confirmed the gunman in this whole thing is dead, according to reports from a self-inflicted gunshot wound here. But you saw those images. I want to put them up. Take a look at this. What goes through your mind when you see this image of the suspected gunman with the weapon in hand, what he's wearing, walking so cavalierly, so confidently, so nonchalantly into a major, major financial institution, the Blackstone building there in New York? Is this a shooter with a mission? How?
The shooter, obviously very brazen, walking in with a AR-15 like that. And by the way, if you look at the sling, that's a particular shooter sling that was from the global war on terrorism, something we used to use a lot.
Okay, Hal, I'm sorry, we do have to cut you off. We do have the press conference starting. I'll get back to that question here, but we got to hear from these officials down on the ground there in New York City, outside New York Presbyterian Hospital. They are positions behind the podium here. We don't want to bring up the microphone just yet. It does look like they are, though, getting into position. If I recognize anyone, I'll point them out to you. But as for now, remember, you saw on the scene not only NYPD officials, but also those from New York State Police. We also know that the FBI was assisting with the investigation. So federal law enforcement was also on the scene as well. And so they're just kind of positioning right now. So bear with us as we are about to see the principals step up to the microphone. I would imagine it's going to be Commissioner Tisch, also New York City Mayor Eric Adams. I'll also point out whether or not any other New York elected leaders will be on hand for this here. So, like I said, bear with us. But this is what has been reported. This shooting at the Midtown Manhattan office building there on Park and Lexington Avenues, it left at least 5 people dead. That is according to the Associated Press. One of those fatalities included an off-duty New York City police officer who, according to reports, from what we know, that that officer off duty was contracted with the security at the building. NYPD officers are free to do this with permission from the overall force, and that is why that off-duty officer was there. He was working as security for the building. We know that. We also know that the suspect in all of this was identified as Shane Tamura of Nevada. That's according to two people briefed on the investigation, telling that to the associates. Sources say he fatally shot himself. So I would imagine we're going to get some of these pieces of information, some of these details at this very press conference, though, here on Live Now. We do rely on Fox 5 New York, on the Fox News channel, and also on the Associated Press to bring you some of this reporting in real time when it is confirmed here. Now, the Fire Department of New York said emergency crews were called to the Park Avenue office building around 6:30 p.m. local time this afternoon for a report of someone shot. Remember, this is the headquarters of Blackstone, the major hedge fund, also the New York headquarters of the NFL there, too. So it does look like we are anticipating this press conference hasn't gotten underway just yet. You do see there some of these law enforcement officials getting ready to brief the media. We do have some of our law enforcement analysts and experts waiting in the wings here on standby. They're going to help us make sense of what was said during this. We're going to break it down. We're going to try to tease out some of the strands in the investigation that goes on from here. But I think that was the question I was asking Hal Kempfer. How does this happen? The why in all of this. How does a guy walk into a major New York City office building with that type of weapon and carry out this rampage? What was his motive? Now, motive, it may be too early to tell. And usually in these investigations, when they're just hours old, I know about the motive, that's the why. But that's part of the investigation that they have to figure out still, these law enforcement analysts who are going to be briefing us momentarily. You also see there, looks like in the white medical coat, that seems to be a representative from New York Presbyterian Hospital. You also see the Manhattan District Attorney on the far right there, Alvin Bragg, as well. And so I'm just trying to do my best to recognize, familiarize yourself with some of these New York City officials. I would imagine we're waiting for the commissioner. We're also waiting for the mayor. And while we do wait, maybe it is safe to bring in some of our analysis, some of our expertise here. Don't want to preempt them or cut them off, but as you know, things like this, they're very fluid. We bring you these updates in real time. I believe that is yet another high-ranking NYPD official. John Chell is his name. I believe he's either one or two below the commissioner. And so it's going to be a very difficult day for the NYPD in the loss of one of their own, but also, according to some of these reports from the Associated Press, the loss of civilians. We don't know how many, at least 5, we are being told. And so you have more and more of these officials getting onto the scene. So bear with us here. We're going to keep this shot up. But you even see more officials from the hospital where some of these victims presumably were treated. But this is an extremely terrible, tragic story to tell. If you're in New York, you have family in New York, you have friends in New York, you're thinking about them today, you're calling them to make sure they're okay. And we're going to talk about some of the crime statistics in New York City. The NYPD over the 4th of July holiday, we're touting some of those very statistics, that the number of murders in the city was extremely low this year in the first half of the year. And then something like this happens. And you really can't wrap your head around it. That question, why? It's being reported this shooter was a resident of Nevada. All right, here we have it. New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Let's listen.
This never gets easy. I always go back to the beginning of my role as mayor in Harlem Hospital, where Officer Mora and Rivera were assassinated. I remember watching their family members enter the hospital and a loud yell of, "No, God, please tell me it's not true." I thought about that today when the notification came over from the police commissioner that we had a number of shots fired and we're still unraveling what took place. And our hearts are heavy. 5 innocent people shot tonight. We lost 4 souls to another senseless act of gun violence, including a member of the New York City Police Department, Officer Islam. He served in the 47th Precinct. He was just 36 years old and a 3.5-year veteran of the department. He was doing what he does best, and all members of the police department carry out. He was saving lives. He was protecting New Yorkers. He's an immigrant from Bangladesh, and he loved this city. And everyone we spoke with stated he was a person of faith and a person that believed in God and believed in living out the life of a godly person. He embodies what this city is all about. He's a true blue New Yorker, not only in the uniform he wore, but in his spirit and energy of loving this city. And early tonight, I met with the officer's family. I told them that he was a hero, and we admire him for putting his life on the line. This was his dad's only son. I think about Jordan, my child, and it's unimaginable to experience a loss of this magnitude. And 3 other innocent civilians are also dead. 2 males and 1 female, and another male is seriously injured, fighting for his life in critical condition because of the violent, despicable attack. Additionally, the shooter is dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. To be clear, 6 total tonight died, 1 including the perpetrator. And I'm sorry, 6 total was shot tonight, 1 including the perpetrator. No words can describe this act of evil and the life of others who are innocent. And no words can fill the void that has been left by this tragedy. Our hearts break for the families and friends of the victims. We pray for the swift and safe recovery of the injured. The horrific crime reminds us all how easy it is to gain access to a gun. Gun violence has scarred so many neighbors and ripped apart too many families across this entire country. And we will continue the fight to do all we can to protect our city. But tonight we mourn for those who were killed. And we pray for the families as they go through this painful moment. And as I stated, 5 innocent people were shot. And the perpetrator was shot. We will continue to do what we do as a city, and that's fight to protect innocent New Yorkers. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Commissioner Tisch.
Thank you, sir. The information that I'm about to provide is preliminary and subject to change. At 6:28 p.m., the 911 call center started receiving multiple 911 calls for an active shooter inside of 345 Park Avenue at 52nd Street in Manhattan. What happened next is under an active investigation, and details are still coming in, but here's what we know so far. Surveillance video shows a male exit a double-parked black BMW on Park Avenue between 51st and 52nd Streets, carrying an M4 rifle in his right hand. He walks towards the building's entrance. That individual was seen exiting the BMW alone. The building's security camera footage shows the shooter enter the lobby, turn right, and immediately open fire on an NYPD officer. He then shoots a woman who took cover behind a pillar and proceeds through the lobby, spraying it with gunfire. He makes his way to the elevator bank, where he shoots a security guard who was taking cover behind the security desk. One additional male is shot in the lobby, per his own statement from the hospital. The shooter then calls the elevator, which opens in the lobby. A female exits that elevator, and he allows her to walk past him unharmed. He goes up to the 33rd floor, which is route and management, and begins to walk the floor, firing rounds as he traveled. One person was struck and killed on that floor. He then proceeds down a hallway and shoots himself in the chest. In total, we have 5 victims shot, our officer and 4 other innocent civilians, plus the shooter. The shooter is believed to be Shane Tamura, a 27-year-old male with a Las Vegas address. The vehicle is registered in Nevada to Mr. Tamura. Inside of that vehicle, officers found a rifle case with rounds, a loaded revolver, ammunition, and magazines, a backpack, and medication prescribed to Mr. Tamura. The vehicle was searched by our bomb squad and found to be clear of any explosives. The initial investigation shows that Mr. Tamura's vehicle traveled cross-country through Colorado on July 26th, then Nebraska and Iowa on July 27th, and then in Columbia, New Jersey, as recently as 4:24 p.m. today. The vehicle entered New York City shortly thereafter. According to our law enforcement partners in Las Vegas, Mr. Tamura has a documented mental health history. His motives are still under investigation, and we are working to understand why he targeted this particular location. 345 Park Avenue is a commercial office building whose tenants include the NFL, Root and Management, KPMG, and Blackstone. At this time, 4 of the 5 victims are deceased, including our NYPD cop. Our officer was transported here to New York Presbyterian along with 1 male civilian, the lone shooting survivor, who is in critical but stable condition at this time. 2 other civilians, 1 male and 1 female, both deceased, were brought to Bellevue. The 4th civilian is a female who was found dead on the 33rd floor of the location. Additionally, there are 4 other victims being treated for minor injuries sustained in their attempts to flee the scene. Victims' names are being withheld at this time, pending family notification. Officers from our Special Operations Division are currently conducting a secondary sweep of the entire building. I want to be very clear. We believe this to be a lone shooter, and there is no longer an active threat to the public. But today, 4 innocent victims are dead. Among them is NYPD police officer Didarul Islam, 36 years old, 4 years on the job. Officer Islam was married with 2 young boys, and his wife is pregnant with their 3rd child. He's assigned to the 4-7 precinct in the Bronx. He was doing the job that we asked him to do. He put himself in harm's way. He made the ultimate sacrifice, shot in cold blood, wearing a uniform that stood for the promise that he made to this city. He died as he lived, a hero. I want to extend my profound sympathies to all of the victims and their families and to the brave NYPD cops who today lost a brother. There are still many questions that we have to answer, and we will answer them. But for now, our city is in mourning for the innocent lives lost. May their memories be a blessing. Pat.
Patrick Hendry, pray. This is a devastating night for our city, for our police department. Pure evil came to the heart of our city and struck innocent people. And one of our police officers who were protecting those people. We lost 4 people tonight in our hero brother who gave his life for this city. He was a hardworking police officer who was proud, we know, from hearing from his family, to put on that uniform and shield of a New York City police officer every day and went out and did his job. And he went out every single day to provide for his family, whether it was overtime or whatever he had to do to provide for this family. That's what he did on a daily basis. And his family is devastated. A wife losing a husband who provided for that family. A father who's not going to see his son again. And our hearts of every New York City police officer right now is hurting. We're hurting for our brother police officer who we lost. We're hurting for that family. We're hurting for all the victims and hurting for all the families of the victims. And we're all asking, why? Why did pure evil come here? And we know our police department and our law enforcement partners will work tirelessly to get those answers. But now our job as police officers is to be there for this family, to support them in any way that we can, to come together as a city, to be there for these families of the victims. And we will continue to do that because that's what New York City police officers do. And we're going to continue as police officers to go out and protect this city because we know that evil can strike at any time. But police officers are willing to risk their lives to protect everyone in this room and protect everyone in this city. So we ask all New Yorkers to pray for our police officers' family, to pray for all the victims and their families. And we need to stand united going forward. We thank you for covering this story.
Yeah, we are also joined by our federal partners from the ATF and the FBI. I want to give an opportunity to our partner in the FBI, a special agent in charge of the New York City Fields Office, Chris Rea.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, on behalf of all the men and women of the FBI, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the victims of this senseless tragedy. And also personally, I want to extend my condolences to the police commissioner. And just please know, ma'am and Mr. Mayor, that you have the full force of FBI New York and the full force of FBI to get to the bottom of the answers. Upon learning of the incident this evening, FBI agents immediately deployed to the scene to assist our NYPD partners. While this remains an NYPD investigation, the FBI's New York office stands ready to provide any and all resources to assist our partners. Initial checks of our internal systems have not revealed any information about the subject. But when and if more information becomes available, we will share what we can, when we can, with the public. Thank you.
of this information is under active investigation. Videos are being reviewed. And as this investigation continues to unfold, we'll be able to answer those questions. But right now, it's an active investigation.
Commissioner, if you could just talk about, he was working paid detail there, to people who might not know what that means, and was he the only officer working that paid detail there?
I believe that there were 2 officers in the building working paid detail assignments in different parts of the building.
And what is that? People, may say he's on his day off working in uniform.
Paid detail is a program that we have set up at the police department that allows companies to hire officers in uniform to provide extra uniform security. I already described what we found in the vehicle, and it's too early in the investigation to discuss anything more. As I said, too early in this investigation to tell, but nothing that we have seen preliminarily.
Commissioner, can you talk about what the medication was that was found in the vehicle?
I cannot.
Can you speak about any prior law enforcement contact you may have had?
I cannot, other than to say that our partners in Las Vegas made us aware of a mental health history. That's what I said already. It was an M4 rifle, and we also found a revolver in the vehicle with ammunition and magazines. He did have a license in the state of Nevada. At this time, it's too early in the investigation to tell.
Okay, Andrew Kraft back here. As you can see, the demeanor on Commissioner Tisch's face, the very lengthy pause at the very beginning of the press conference by New York City Mayor Eric Adams just shows you the gravity, the weight of this tragedy that has now befallen the Big Apple there in New York City. And you can see it, you can feel it on their faces and in their body language. 7:45 here on the West Coast, 10:45 there in New York City on the Upper East Side, outside New York Presbyterian Hospital. We do have some of our experts still waiting in the wings to help us make sense of what we know. We're going to recap that very press conference that you just watched and you just listened to live in its entirety here. Let's bring them into the conversation yet again. That's national security analyst and expert Hal Kemper and law enforcement analyst and expert David Katz. And gentlemen, that was just extremely difficult, though we did get a lot of new information, a lot of new details here. Let's just watch some of this video from the scene. This is the first moments we were made aware that a shooting had occurred in Midtown Manhattan today. Okay, I'm going to keep this up. This is from earlier this afternoon. Viewer discretion is advised. So this is what we know, that 5 victims in total were shot. 4 of those victims were shot and killed. The shooter is dead. One of these victims now is fighting for his life. That off-duty NYPD officer, he's an immigrant from Bangladesh. He's 36 years old. He was killed. He was a 3.5-year veteran of the department. He had a wife and 2 children with a 3rd child on the way. Of the victims that were killed in this, 2 of them were males. 1 of them was a female, and then the other injured victim is a male who is fighting for his life right now. The suspect died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And I want to put this up here. Take a look at this. Hal Kemper, I'll start with you. We know a lot more information now about this vehicle. And we didn't when we first brought it to our viewers. Sky Fox overhead of the scene. We learned that the black BMW there is the suspect's car, that he drove specifically to New York City over the course of 2 days to carry out this attack from Nevada, stopping in Colorado, Nebraska, then New Jersey, getting to the city this afternoon here. So Hal, what more are they going to do with that car?
They're going to look. They've already found a weapon in the car. They found extra ammunition. They found the gun case, but they're going to be looking at everything. If there's any computer, more to fill out where he was. It sounds like they got a pretty good track record on his trek across country. But they're going to find out a lot of different things. There may be receipts, other things in the vehicle that would be very useful. I have to say that with the FBI being involved, they do some forensic stuff, which is amazing what they will find. And they're going to go through that car completely and try to find out as much as they possibly can. Of course, the big fear is, did he have accomplices? Is there somebody he was talking to online? They're going to look beyond the car and look at all of his electronic media and everything else to try and find, is he connecting anything? Because that's the fear. The fear is there still a threat out there?
Yeah, and Jessica Tisch, the commissioner of the NYPD, said, though, that as of now, they are not looking at anyone else as part of their investigation. To your point, whether or not there was, outside assistance for this shooter, this suspected gunman, 27-year-old Shane Tamura of Las Vegas. David Katz, bringing you into the conversation now. Let's talk about what was confiscated from the vehicle after the search. A revolver. Also, we know more ammunition, more magazines, and medication. Las Vegas police alerting the NYPD that this suspect, that this gunman, had mental health issues. That's all they would divulge on that specific question. They didn't go into details about how Las Vegas police met, but you can make the assumption, you can make the leap, David, that he was known to Las Vegas law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't think that's a particularly large leap to take. The two inconsistent things that they mentioned was the fact that he has a concealed carry permit and they know him to have mental disabilities. That's outrageous. I mean, if he is known to the police department in any jurisdiction, first thing they do is check and see whether they got a permit. You pull that permit, and if this was New York City, for example, they'd visit the guy's house. They'd pull the guns out of the house. It's that's a mystery as to how they know the details of his ailment. If it is that in fact is in fact true, I'm sure that'll come out in the next couple of days.
Okay, so I want to move off some of these aerials over this black BMW. He got out of that car, walked onto the plaza of 345 Park Avenue, the Blackstone building, walked into the lobby. Hal, we got a very vivid graphic description of minute by minute, almost second by second, of how he did this, what it was going through his mind, the kind of order of operations, so to speak. I want to put this photo up yet again here, and you can comment on this. We learned what the rifle was. An M4, Hal, what is that? Does that look like an M4 to you? That's a large gun.
It's commonly called an AR, assault rifle. An M4, it's the civilian version, AR-15. It's I'm assuming it's semi-automatic, although there have been some witnesses that said they thought automatic gunfire. Although witnesses tend to hear things and there's echoes in an urban area, more than likely it's semi-automatic. I should mention that if he's coming from Las Vegas, we don't know where he got the weapon yet, but I would say it's more than likely he picked it up in Las Vegas because that's a pretty easy state to buy a variety of weapons in. So he had the weapon, he's walking with determination, but then you heard in the press conference talking about his travels across the country. This is somebody, you look at him here, you look at him walking brazenly across into the building on Park Avenue, and then you hear about this determined trek that he took across the country without any significant breaks. And you get the feeling that this is somebody who was on a mission. He was going to that building for someone, something. He went in there. He obviously did some sort of, maybe online, maybe he's been to that building before in the past or something, but he seemed to know what he was doing, and he went right, basically shot his way to the elevator and went right to the elevator. A specific floor, was firing the weapon around that floor. Even let a woman who was on the elevator when he got on pass. And I find that kind of interesting. That's not somebody who's just randomly shooting anyone. That's somebody who is either someone eliminating whom they would presume would be a threat or something to stop them, and then going to a specific place to do an attack. I think we're going to find out a lot more about this, but I just find the whole purposeful nature of how he did this to be rather.
So, David, how we're looking at the scene yet again. It's almost 11 p.m. We just lost the shot there. We do apologize. So I wanted to talk with you, David, now about the scene itself. We know it's contained, but the investigation is a large scene here. And I want to talk about this high-rise commercial office building in Midtown Manhattan. This was the scene of the crime. We're getting these new photos in. Take a look at this. Employees there. I'm not entirely sure what floor this was in the building itself. This has been obtained by Fox News. Employees who work there in the building barricading themselves where they are, putting office furniture near the door, piling it high, almost up to the ceiling. Now, what we know, David and Hal, was that he took the elevator up to the 33rd floor, where apparently that is the headquarters of the offices of Rudin Management, which, from what I've been reading, Rudin Management owns the Blackstone building. And he shot and killed one of the victims on the 33rd floor here. And you heard one of the questions being asked by a reporter, was that floor teeming with coworkers, employees at that time? And then, presumably, that is where he took his own life after his rampage was all said and done. What do these images speak to you, David?
Boy, that's a lot of cover. So let's start back in 2016 when the City of New York passed Local Law 26. It was largely about sprinkler systems in buildings, but it also contained that every high-rise office building, public assembly venue, and hotel needed to provide, in addition to fire and life safety training, specific training with active shooter response in mind. So, I mean, I was honored to be part of the fire department panel that put together the protocols for this, and that picture is exactly what we want people to do. We've been teaching this. We know it's the every occupant of those venues that I mentioned, at least once a year, sometimes twice a year, has to get some exposure to what to do in the event of an active shooter incident. They're taught to either avoid the shooter if possible, barricade if you can't avoid, and if you must, you confront the shooter. And that picture is exactly what we want people to do. And by the way, as tragic as the five, let's say the four victims, I'm not going to count the shooter, but the four victims, as tragic as that was, it could have been much, much worse. And I'm going to credit the training that's required by the City of New York and the fantastic response by the police department. There is no police department in the world that could do what the NYPD can in such a short time, putting that many officers on scene.
I mean, we were watching some of those scenes earlier. I'm going to play them again. The moment we got news that this was happening, I mean, take a look at this from earlier this afternoon. In Midtown Manhattan, of all places, 6:30 p.m. on a Monday night, people are leaving work. The scene of the crime, Hal and David, is a commercial high-rise office building. You see there, law enforcement from this afternoon assuming position behind their patrol vehicle. And this is when kind of everything started fluidly happening. You see there other officers. It took them some time, though, to contain the scene, as you would imagine. But the number of law enforcement, that is what everyone is kind of highlighting here. The number of law enforcement that descended on the scene so rapidly, so quickly, what was truly stunning. I've been hearing, not to diminish how absolutely terrible this story is, Hal, I've been hearing a lot that, including from the folks like yourself on other outlets, that they say this could have been so much worse, Hal.
Oh, absolutely. To repeat what David said, what they did with the training, run, hide, fight. That's kind of the national motto of what that is. The run is get out of there. If you can find an avenue of egress to get away from, that's the first thing you want to do. But with the hide, the thing that we do with hide is barricade, and we always emphasize the importance of barricade. And I do a lot of this training in Las Vegas for both public and private sector out there, and we emphasize the importance of barricading, and then of course being prepared to fight. Not your first course of action, but always talking about what they would do if they have to do that. And I do look at this kind of like David did, which is that it's tragic what happened, but considering how well he was armed, considering what he had, considering with the purpose and the directness with which he went to that floor, the fact that there aren't more casualties is really amazing. And that speaks that was going on throughout New York City. You know, everybody has learned a lot in the last decade, and this training is required, not everywhere, but it should be required everywhere. But the training, when it's implemented, makes such a big difference. And I think you see that. I mean, you look at that and you go, wow, look at all the furniture piled up. And I'm saying, why is there any furniture not piled up? You know, that's, it's just, they did exactly what they're supposed to do. But then again, I also look at the other side, which is once you've got the barricade and you feel it's secure, don't stand behind the door, do something like that. And I'm thinking the reason they put so much stuff there is they wanted to get a little distance. And I'm imagining that was something that somebody remembered in the trainings. And you know, do not stand right behind the door. Do not put yourself where you can easily be shot. And I think someone said, you know what, let's put a few more couches up against the door, and it worked, and it worked very well. Although I will say this, that's one of the reasons it takes a while to clear the building, is because when they go through, there's a series of procedures they have to go through to clear every room, and everyone is a little concerned. And if you go back, it's happened before. If you look at the Utoya Island shooting in Norway, he actually dressed up in a police uniform and went around and basically deceived people into thinking that he was a police officer and used that as a way to target them.
Yeah.
So there's a very slow protocol you go through, very deliberate protocol to make sure people know you are who you are. In some cases, universities and stuff, they actually have color-coded cards that they will stick under the door and things like that. But it's to systematically uncover it. And it takes a while, and that's why we're sitting here waiting. That's what you saw those officers.
Yeah.
You could clearly see someone worried about being taken under fire, but they were waiting. And that's that careful procedural thing clearing the building.
I just want to go back to this photo because this is striking. I lived in New York. I worked in New York. I'm very familiar with these commercial high-rise buildings, the grand plazas off 5th, 6th, 7th Avenues. And you're watching this gunman with his weapon in his hand essentially strut. I'm not trying to romanticize him by any means here, but he is so cavalierly and confidently, with a purpose, going to do this, to carry out this shooting spree, this rampage there. And look at the people behind him. That to me is so striking. What are people there on that plaza in the lobby? How do you respond? How do you react in the moment? We know that there was a security guard, the off-duty NYPD officer. He lost his life trying to secure that building. Should we ask the question, or is it too early, David, whether or not there was enough security on the ground floor in the lobby of this huge building, the Blackstone building in Midtown?
Okay, let me start back with you addressing the photograph first. So, I mean, I can't even, what I'm seeing, I can't believe, because I've probably done this presentation, I don't know, 1,000 times. I just got back from the West Coast. We did this all over the world, all over the country. One of the scenarios that I give is you're walking to work, you're leaving work, and you're walking up and you see someone pull out a rifle or a handgun, and you're right of a public square like this. You know what happens? We're supposed to it's either fight or flight, right? That's what we're programmed to do. Unfortunately, when most people see something like that is so outside the frame of their daily experience, they freeze. They do. A perfect example of that is you see what happened in the Fort Lauderdale airport attack. It was a shooting at an Apple store up in Albany in 2019. Yep. So that's part one. With respect to security in that particular building, I did work for Route Management. They not only have a secure lobby. We talked about why he went to the 33rd floor. It's very possible that was a controlled car. In other words, when you go in a lot of these buildings, and I believe 345 Park has that system, you just can't go in to an elevator and go wherever you want. You go to usually you go, obviously he did, but usually go to the security desk. You say, I have an appointment at this floor, and you're let into an elevator that's going to that floor. So it's possible that floor was already pre-programmed. So I don't know. In addition to that, the timing is really interesting because it was 6:30 or so p.m. Now that's after working hours. So if this had been done 4:30, 4 o'clock earlier in the day, you wouldn't have had a handful of people in that building. you would have had hundreds of people in that building. And if he had done this right around 5 o'clock, you know what you would have seen? You would have seen dozens of wounded and probably worse.
Yeah, we're still looking at the scenes. We're in a new hour now. It's 8 o'clock here on the West Coast, 11 there in the Big Apple in New York City. And so we see the scene still quite active, of course, not as active as it was when law enforcement first responded here. Yet another vantage point. We also have a shot there up in the air overhead. I'm not entirely sure. Yes, that is at the scene. We still, at this hour, see the black BMW, the gunman's vehicle, right where he left it. So, gentlemen, we are going to have to go to a quick commercial break, our first one of this hour. We're going to bring in more analysis, more expertise, just like yourself. David and Hal, thank you so much. I'll give you the final word, though. Hal, you first. Where does this go from here?
Well, I think where it goes from here is we're going to find out what the motive was. Was it mental illness? What caused him to do it? We're going to find more stuff up. But if anything, I think this will be something we'll point to and say, look, we need to reinvigorate the importance of the type of training that saves so many lives today, because it just makes such a crucial difference. You don't have a whole lot of time to react. And hopefully that's what we take from this.
David, final thoughts?
Yeah, I echo what Hal's saying. You know, it's absolutely training is so important. And one thing I would suggest to your viewers, especially if you're in New York City, for example, you know you've been experiencing fire drills, non-fire emergencies. In almost every case, the fire life safety director, which is required in every high-rise building in Manhattan, will get on the PA system and tell you, okay, we've got a smoke condition, there's a hazmat spill, whatever the emergency is, they will capture acts of violence perpetrated by individuals, like active shooter incidents. So if wherever you are, if you have any inkling that there's an active shooter or any violent action in your vicinity, do not wait for direction. Do not wait to get more information. If you can get out, avoid the scene. If you can't find a place to barricade yourself, and God forbid, if you're in the same closed environment as the shooter and you can neither avoid nor barricade, you fight for your life.
David Katz, Hal Kemper, thanks so much for your time. I know it's late. We'll definitely be speaking soon as this investigation ramps up. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Okay, in the meantime here, like I said, let's take that first commercial break. We have been in wall-to-wall coverage since we got news that this was breaking in Midtown Manhattan. So let's catch our breaths. Like I said, on the back end of the break, though, bringing in still more law enforcement analysis and expertise as we try to make sense of where the investigation goes from here. What more do we need to know about this shooting in New York today? We'll see you in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live. I'm Andrew Kraft in our continuing coverage of the deadly Midtown Manhattan shooting that occurred just this afternoon here. Still, so many of our live vantage points from the scene as we get a little later into the evening here. Also, this one overhead. Like I said, though, before the break, we're bringing in more and more expertise and analysis, including retired Lieutenant there, Randy Sutton, founder of The Wounded Blue. He's been on with me multiple times covering very, very tragic circumstances like this. And Randy, I would say it's good to see you, but we got to get to brass tacks here and talk about some of the details we learned in that very press conference we showed our viewers, which we are in replay going to show them yet again. But while we do this, let's watch some of these scenes there still in New York City. And I think our viewers maybe know, maybe they don't, your Las Vegas connection. There is a Las Vegas connection, Randy, to this story. This suspect here, 27-year-old Shane Tamura, he took his own life, a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chest. He had a Nevada driver's license. Randy, he drove from Nevada to New York for this, to carry this out. He started his journey July the 26th. He ended there this afternoon in Midtown today. What more do you want to know about that angle? What are law enforcement doing right now in Las Vegas?
Well, this is an all hands on deck kind of situation, Andrew. The NYPD reached out very quickly to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to ask for assistance. And some of the, amazing investigators that we have here in Las Vegas were immediately dispatched to do all the investigative work that would attach him to this community. Now, from what I have seen, the individual did possess a valid CCW permit. That's a carrying concealed weapon permit that was issued in 2022 and was valid through 2027. The plates on his car were registered here. So he had a strong connection to this community. It's also my understanding that there were prior police contacts with him, not involving criminal activity, but involving mental health issues. Now, the last thing you want is an individual with severe mental health issues in possession of weapons like what he used today. Where did he get this gun? This is all going to be part of the investigative process that will be coordinated between the NYPD and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. There will be a deep dive into the background of this individual. All of his social media will be examined. All of his devices will be examined. There are probably search warrants going on right now. Who did he live with? What were the people that were closest to him? Did they have any knowledge? There's a plethora of information that needs to be examined, and that's what this investigative process is going to be. Remember this: that an investigation like this is a multiple murder investigation. I know that everybody wants the answers right now, but it would be precipitous for law enforcement to give information that has not been vetted and investigated fully. There's a lot of criticism of the press conference. I saw it, wasn't too impressive, I must admit. But the authorities have they have a role to play here, and that is they have to get the information out to a hungry public.
Right.
But at the same time, they need to make that information accurate, so it doesn't come back and make them look stupid.
So, Randy,
at the end.
Randy, why do you say you weren't impressed with the press conference? You and I have been on a lot during these incidents. We've watched a lot of these police press conferences before. It just, in my opinion, and I'm editorializing here, I thought it was full of details. This quickly after the shooting itself here. Why do you say you were unimpressed?
Well, let me put it this way. The police commissioner had her stuff together. She gave detailed information of what they knew now, and she gave it to, in a manner that was professional. I thought it was informative. The other individuals that were present didn't really ask her. They didn't really
give much. They didn't have much, and so I'm a believer in, listen. You put the people up on that podium that have something to say, let them say it, and then get off the stage. Watching the mayor editorialize and talk about some, I'm not even sure what he was talking about. So I just wasn't impressed with him.
I see.
And the police commissioner did. He did a good job.
Yeah.
And remember that this is only hours after this took place. So we can't expect to have a full investigative process and dump everything out there to the public.
Yeah, Randy, while we have you, because you are based in Las Vegas, we just got this live vantage point. This is new. This is not in New York. This is in Las Vegas. Take a look at this. So this is coming to us via the Associated Press right now. This is what they say is live outside an address in Las Vegas linked to the gunman there in the New York Manhattan shooting, which left, of course, at least 5 people dead. So I'm asking you a lot about the Nevada connections here. You alluded to the fact, and we heard from Commissioner Tisch, that medication was found in his black BMW that we have a picture of that's still being searched right now, and that Nevada law enforcement was familiar with this individual because of what they describe mental health issues or problems. What is Las Vegas Metro Police doing right now at this address, would you say?
What they're doing is they're serving a search warrant. Before anyone, begins searching a property or devices, they do everything by the book. So they were able to, without a shadow of a doubt, put the probable cause together to obtain a search warrant for the residents. If he may have another vehicle, I don't know. So if there are any other vehicles that are registered in his name, any devices, any computers, any phones, any other devices, they would also be listed on a search warrant because we're all very anxious to know why. Now, the fact that he had mental health issues, the why may not make any sense to us. It may make sense to him in his mental health crisis weird way, but doesn't mean it's going to make sense to us. But yet we want to know the answers to it. And the only way to do that is by conducting, a thorough investigation. So that's why all these units are there. They want to make sure that that the officers who enter the establishment are safe, and that if anybody that that comes to the scene of all of this, all of this police presence, that they're kept out of it, and anyone with information. This is really critical. They want to talk to all the friends, relatives of this individual to find out what his mental health capacity was, what his plans were, and to determine whether or not anyone else was involved. There still could be someone that has some knowledge.
Yeah, we just lost that shot, unfortunately, there. But you were indicating and alluding to the fact law enforcement is going to look over everything he ever did online. But right now, and I want to just repeat his name, the suspect's name. He's Shane Tamura, 27 years old, of Las Vegas. I would imagine they're going to be speaking to his friends, his family, coworkers. We don't even know his prior employment or whether or not he was employed somewhere at this very time. So there's still a lot we don't know about him specifically. You were indicating and alluding to the provenance of the weapon itself. Don't know where he got it, but we do know what type of weapon it was. I want to put it up yet again. This is the only photo I've seen that we have of the weapon. The NYPD is calling it an M4 type style rifle. Can you describe what that is for our viewers? You're seeing this photo, and you're also documenting, and we're kind of recounting, rehashing some of the documented mental health issues that have been reported with him, according to the NYPD. And so I guess the next question comes to mind with those very issues. How did he get this gun, Randy? Is that the right question to ask right now, or is it too premature?
No, that is the right question to ask. What he is holding in his hand is a semi-automatic rifle, probably 223 rounds. Very, very powerful. Very, very powerful weapon. It's used by the military. in many occasions. I don't know if this individual has any prior military experience, but I have my doubts that he does, considering his age and the information that we have so far. Now, you asked a very good question: mental health issues and weapons. Now, he had a CCW permit. That means that he was investigated by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. They combed his records to see if there were any felony convictions. But also in that, there are questions about mental health, because if this individual had mental health issues, say he was uh, sent to a facility in order to gauge his mental health. That would be part of the investigative process that would preclude him from being legally allowed to purchase a weapon.
Okay.
Yeah. Now here's the other, here's where the ATF has to come in: the provenance of that weapon. Where was it purchased? Where was it manufactured? What's the history of it? When it was originally manufactured, it was sold. And the ATF are meticulous keepers of records. You do not have to register a weapon here in the state of Nevada. So where he obtained that weapon is going to be critical to the investigation. And the fact that he had a CCW permit meant that he was carrying a handgun. You don't need a CCW permit to purchase a rifle.
Okay, and we do know that was confirmed. There was a revolver also found in the black BMW, as well, alongside other rounds, magazines, a backpack, and medication. They also found a rifle case in the black BMW. You're going to see it here in just a moment, as Sky Fox is still overhead at the scene of the crime. And for anyone who doesn't know Midtown Manhattan, I mean, this is as New York as you get. This is on Park Avenue. This is near St. Bartholomew's Church. This is near the Waldorf Astoria. This is near the Helmsley Building, the Blackstone Building right there where this all took place. How are the employees who work in the Blackstone Building at 345 Park going to go back to work tomorrow? I haven't seen any reporting to suggest that some of these companies are allowing their employees to possibly work remotely. But what is work tomorrow going to be like there at that building, Randy?
Well, it's going to be a very eerie. It's going to be a very eerie sight. They're going to be processing this scene for a long period of time. There will be. I don't even know if we finished by the morning. They may not allow access to parts of that building even tomorrow. Then you remember this. This is something that's rarely even talked about, but there was carnage in this building. And anybody that has seen, borne witness to what the effects of a high-powered round has on a body, is pretty devastating. There's going to be blood. There's going to be gore. There's going to be really, really unpleasant, horrible pieces of bodies that are going to be strewn around that building. And they're going to have to deal with that. Crime scene cleanup is going to have to be employed here, because the last thing that any human being wants to see tomorrow in their work day is the remnants of a terrible, terrible crime scene.
Yeah.
This all takes time.
Yeah.
And this takes expertise.
Randy, you work with families of law enforcement who have been wounded in the line of duty and who have died in the line of duty. And we now know an off-duty NYPD officer who was, freelancing, moonlighting, whatever you want to call it, as contracted security there in the lobby of this building. Also was shot and killed today. And he was essentially the first line of defense as the shooter came into the lobby. He's a Bangladeshi immigrant. He has 2 children. He has a third on the way. He's married. He's 36 years old. He was with the force for 3.5 years. How's the NYPD going to come back from this? I know they do, but it takes time. And what will New Yorkers do to rally around the NYPD tonight?
This devastating loss is one more victim this year has been the violence towards law enforcement has been ever increasing. We've seen a police officer shot almost every single day in America. About 50 have lost their lives in the line of duty, and the year's only half done. The NYPD is a very close-knit department, even though it's the largest police department in the nation. So they will feel this loss intimately. One of the people that spoke at the press conference, which I was happy to see, was the union leader, the Police Benevolent Association union leader, and I'm glad that he was invited to attend that and to speak, because it really shows what the rank and file officers, it gives their perspective. And here's the thing. Every one of those officers that are in NYPD and those that are watching from around the nation know this: there but for the grace of God go I. That officer lost his life today guarding a building on an extra duty assignment. That happens thousands of times a day in America, where police officers, many who are only making very small amounts of money, who have to work 2 or 3 jobs, security jobs, in order to put enough food on the table, which is that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
But this is part of American policing, taking these extra duty jobs in order to provide for your family. This officer didn't have to do that job, but chose to do it because of the economics involved.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, I've been a cop for 34 years. I buried my friends. I buried my compatriots. Police officers across America are feeling this internally.
Sure.
My organization, Wounded Blue, I mean, literally, I get a horror story every single day about a police officer being injured in this country. And I'm sure that there are people watching this right now that are thinking, well, how can we show our support for law enforcement? And so I urge them to go to thewoundedblue.org, see who we are, see what we do. We're going to be reaching out to the family of the officer who was injured in this, that very few people have even mentioned, and provide support for that individual.
Okay.
So go to thewoundedblue.org and support law enforcement. This is the way to do it. And I got to tell you this: there's going to be a lot of pain in America tonight from the American law enforcement community, but all those other innocent victims, all those other men and women who lost their lives today in this senseless violence, thoughts and prayers to them.
Of course. Randy Sutton, a great organization, as always, and great expertise as we continue to help make sense, at least for our viewers, as the investigation goes on. It's hard to make sense of what seems so senseless. Randy, thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, and you hit it right on the head.
Yeah.
How can you make sense of something so senseless?
Okay, in the
Thanks for
meantime
having
here, we do want to take a quick commercial break. Like we promised, though, when we come back, we will be in replay, letting you watch the press conference yet again from law enforcement officials, from Mayor Adams and Commissioner Tisch. They did take a few questions, but because of the preliminary investigation that is ongoing right now, couldn't really answer many of those questions, as is expected with something so fresh, so raw, so new, just hours old here. But like I said, when we return, we will be replaying that in full. We'll have it for you in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Take a look at this gorgeous skyline view there as Sky Fox flies around lower Manhattan on a really, really sad day in the city. But you kind of have to take in these scenes. You know, New York City is resilient and they will bounce back from this, but it's still so raw and it's still so fresh. You also see there, I believe that's Newark there. It's hard to tell at nighttime. But Sky Fox flying away from the scene. We were showing you some of those scenes of the crime in the air, especially as investigators are pouring through that black BMW that is still there. Remember, the suspect exited that vehicle, then went into 345 Park Avenue, the Blackstone building, to carry out this shooting rampage where at least 4 people were killed and another was shot who's fighting for his life right now. Remember also, the suspect, the gunman in all of this, took his own life from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chest there. In the meantime, like we promised, though, we do want to, in replay, let you watch again. Maybe you missed this live. This is the latest and only press conference we got tonight from NYPD officials and Mayor Eric Adams. Let's listen again.
This never gets easy. I always go back to the beginning of my role as mayor in Harlem Hospital, where Officer Mora and Rivera were assassinated. I remember watching their family members enter the hospital and a loud yell of, "No, God, please tell me it's not true." I thought about that too. The notification came over from the police commissioner that we had a number of shots fired and we're still unraveling what took place. And our hearts are heavy. 5 innocent people shot tonight. We lost 4 souls to another senseless act of gun violence, including a member of the New York City Police Department, Officer Islam. He served in the 47th Precinct. He was just 36 years old and a 3.5-year veteran of the department. He was doing what he does best, and all members of the police department carry out. He was saving lives. He was protecting New Yorkers. He's an immigrant from Bangladesh, and he loved this city. And everyone we spoke with stated he was a person of faith and a person that believed in God and believed in living out the life of a godly person. He embodies what this city is all about. He's a true blue New Yorker, not only in the uniform he wore, but in his spirit and energy of loving this city. And early tonight, I met with the officer's family. I told them that he was a hero, and we admire him putting his life on the line. This was his dad's only son. I think about Jordan, my child, and it's unimaginable to experience a loss of this magnitude. And 3 other innocent civilians are also dead. 2 males and 1 female, and another male is seriously injured, fighting for his life in critical condition because of the violent, despicable attack. Additionally, the shooter is dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. To be clear, 6 total tonight died, 1 including the perpetrator. And I'm sorry, 6 total was shot tonight, 1 including the perpetrator. No words can describe this act of evil, a man who takes the life of others who are innocent. And no words can fill the void that has been left by this tragedy. Our hearts break for the families and friends of the victims. We pray for the swift and safe recovery of the injured. The horrific crime reminds us all how easy it is to gain access to a gun. Gun violence has scarred so many neighbors and ripped apart too many families across this entire country. And we will continue the fight to do all we can to protect our city. But tonight we mourn for those who, and we pray for the families as they go through this painful moment. And as I stated, 5 innocent people were shot, and the perpetrator was shot. We will continue to do what we do as a city, and that's fight to protect innocent New Yorkers. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Commissioner Tisch.
Thank you, sir. The information that I'm about to provide is preliminary and subject to change. At 6:28 p.m., the 911 call center started receiving multiple 911 calls for an active shooter inside of 345 Park Avenue at 52nd Street in Manhattan. What happened next is under an active investigation, and details are still coming in, but here's what we know so far. Surveillance video shows a male exit a double-parked black BMW on Park Avenue between 51st and 52nd Streets, carrying an M4 rifle in his right hand. He walks towards the building's entrance. That individual was seen exiting the BMW alone. The building's security camera footage shows the shooter enter the lobby, turn right, and immediately open fire on an NYPD officer. He then shoots a woman who took cover behind a pillar and proceeds through the lobby with gunfire. He makes his way to the elevator bank, where he shoots a security guard who was taking cover behind the security desk. One additional male is shot in the lobby, per his own statement from the hospital. The shooter then calls the elevator, which opens in the lobby. A female exits that elevator, and he allows her to walk past him unharmed. He goes up to the 33rd floor, which is route and management, and begins to walk the floor, firing rounds as he traveled. One person was struck and killed on that floor. He then proceeds down a hallway and shoots himself in the chest. In total, we have 5 victims shot, our officer and 4 other innocent civilians, plus the shooter. The shooter is believed to be Shane Tamura, a 27-year-old male with a Las Vegas address. The vehicle he exited is registered in Nevada to Mr. Tamura. Inside of that vehicle, officers found a rifle case with rounds, a loaded revolver, ammunition, and magazines, a backpack, and medication prescribed to Mr. Tamura. The vehicle was searched by our bomb squad and found to be clear of any explosives. The initial investigation shows that Mr. Tamura's vehicle traveled cross-country through Colorado on July 26th, then Nebraska and Iowa on July 27th, and then in Columbia, New Jersey, as recently as 4:24 p.m. The vehicle entered New York City shortly thereafter. According to our law enforcement partners in Las Vegas, Mr. Tamura has a documented mental health history. His motives are still under investigation, and we are working to understand why he targeted this particular location. 345 Park Avenue is a commercial office building whose tenants include the NFL, Root and Management, KPMG, and Blackstone. At this time, 4 of the 5 victims are deceased, including our NYPD cop. Our officer was transported here to New York Presbyterian along with 1 male civilian, the lone shooting survivor, who is in critical but stable condition at this time. 2 other civilians, 1 male and 1 female, both deceased, were brought to Bellevue. The 4th civilian is a female who was found dead on the 33rd floor of the location. Additionally, there are 4 other victims being treated for minor injuries sustained in their attempts to flee the scene. Victims' names are being withheld at this time, pending family notification. Officers from our Special Operations Division are currently conducting a secondary sweep of the entire building. I want to be very clear. We believe this to be a lone shooter, and there is no longer an active threat to the public. But today, 4 innocent victims are dead. Among them is NYPD police officer Didarul Islam, 36 years old. Officer Islam was married with 2 young boys. His wife is pregnant with their 3rd child. He's assigned to the 4-7 precinct in the Bronx. He was doing the job that we asked him to do. He put himself in harm's way. He made the ultimate sacrifice, shot in cold blood, wearing a uniform that stood for the promise that he made to this city. He died as he lived, a hero. I want to extend my profound sympathies to all of the victims and their families, and to the brave NYPD cops who today lost a brother. There are still many questions that we have to answer, and we will answer them. But for now, our city is in mourning for the innocent lives lost. May their memories be a blessing. Pat.
Patrick Hendry, President of the PBA. This is a devastating night for our city, for our police department. Pure evil came to the heart of our city and struck innocent people. And one of our police officers who were protecting those people. We lost 4 people tonight in our hero brother who gave his life for this city. He was a hardworking police officer, proud, we know, from hearing from his family, to put on that uniform and shield of a New York City police officer every day and went out and did his job. And he went out every single day to provide for his family, whether it was overtime or whatever he had to do to provide for this family. That's what he did on a daily basis. And his family is devastated. A wife losing a husband who provided for that family. A father who's not going to see his son again. And our hearts of every New York City police officer right now is hurting. We're hurting for our brother police officer who we lost. We're hurting for that family. We're hurting for all the victims and hurting for all the families of the victims. And we're asking, why? Why did pure evil come here? And we know our police department and our law enforcement partners will work tirelessly to get those answers. But now our job as police officers is to be there for this family, to support them in any way that we can, to come together as a city, to be there for these families of the victims. And we will continue to do that, because that's what New York City police officers, and we're going to continue as police officers to go out and protect this city, because we know that evil can strike at any time. But police officers are willing to risk their lives to protect everyone in this room and protect everyone in this city. So we ask all New Yorkers to pray for our police officers' family, to pray for all the victims and their families. And we need to stand united going forward. We thank you for covering this story.
Yeah, we are also joined by our federal partners from the ATF and the FBI. I want to give an opportunity to our partner in the FBI, a special agent in charge of the New York City Fields Office, Chris Rea.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, on behalf of all the men and women of the FBI, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the victims of this senseless tragedy. And also personally, I want to extend my condolences to the police commissioner, And just please know, ma'am and Mr. Mayor, that you have the full force of FBI New York and the full force of FBI to get to the bottom of the answers. Upon learning of the incident this evening, FBI agents immediately deployed to the scene to assist our NYPD partners. While this remains an NYPD investigation, the FBI's New York office stands ready to provide any and all resources to assist our partners. Initial checks of our internal systems have not revealed any information about the subject. But when and if more information becomes available, we will share what we can, when we can, with the public. Thank you.
All of this information is under active investigation. Videos are being reviewed. And as this investigation continues to unfold, we'll be able to answer those questions. But right now, it's an active investigation.
Commissioner, if you could just talk about, he was working paid detail there. For people who might not know what that means. And was he the only officer working that paid detail there?
I believe that there were 2 officers in the building working paid detail assignments in different parts of the building.
And what is that? People, may say he's on his day off working in uniform.
Paid detail is a program that we have set up at the police department that allows companies to hire officers in uniform to provide extra uniform security. I already described what we found in the vehicle, and it's too early in the investigation to discuss anything more. As I said, too early in this investigation to tell, but nothing that we have seen preliminarily.
Commissioner, can you talk about what the medication was that was found in the vehicle?
I cannot.
Can you speak about any prior law enforcement contact you may have had?
I cannot, other than to say that our partners in Las Vegas made us aware of a mental health history. Just what I said already. It was an M4 rifle, and we also found a revolver in the vehicle with ammunition and magazines. He did have a license in the state of Nevada. At this time, it's too early in the investigation to tell.
Okay, so there you have it. In replay, wanted to show you that in case you didn't catch it live, the press conference there from NYPD officials and Mayor Eric Adams, also on hand with the Police Benevolent Association, one of the main union groups that represent law enforcement there in the city of New York, and also the FBI there, an official from the New York field office, the division there, also assisting with that investigation. And now we are getting this from the NYPD. I want to take this here with this tribute to the off-duty officer who was shot and killed today. The NYPD says, police officer did a rule Islam, represented the very best of our department. He was protecting New Yorkers from danger when his life was tragically cut short today. We join in prayer during this time of incomprehensible pain. We will forever honor his legacy. Fidelis ad mortem, there with the hashtag. So you can see he was stationed there at the 47th precinct. That's in the Bronx. He was an immigrant from Bangladesh. He had a wife and 2 children. His wife was 8 months pregnant with their 3rd child. And his end of watch was this afternoon in the lobby at the Blackstone building in Midtown. Live picture there over Midtown Manhattan. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft in our continuing coverage of the deadly shooting there in Midtown Manhattan today. Let's take this photo yet again. And this is the photo of the suspect there, the 27-year-old from Las Vegas, Nevada. Well, that man there carrying that rifle killed 4 people there at that New York City office tower today, including an off-duty New York City police officer, and wounded a 5th. Before taking his own life. Police identifying the gunman as Shane Tamura of Las Vegas. They said he killed himself. Jessica Tisch, the commissioner of the NYPD, said he had a documented mental health history, but the motive is still unknown. Tisch saying we're working to understand why he targeted this particular location. New York City Mayor Adams said officials are still unraveling what took place, saying 5 innocent people were shot along with the perpetrator. Surveillance video showed a man exiting a double-parked BMW and carrying an M4 rifle before he walks toward the building. Remember, we've been showing you these scenes throughout the source and close of the day here as law enforcement investigate that very black BMW. Now, he immediately opened fire on the NYPD officer as he entered the building and tried to take cover, and then began spraying the lobby with gunfire. The man then made his way to the elevator bank and shot a security guard who was taking cover behind a security desk and shot another man in the lobby. Now, the man then took the elevator to the 33rd floor to a real estate management company, and 1 person was shot and killed on that floor. The man then walks down a hallway and shot himself. Officers there in the car found a rifle case, a revolver, magazines, and ammunition. So let's focus now, though, on this off-duty NYPD officer that so many in New York City are mourning the loss of tonight. I want to put this up from Mayor Eric Adams saying on X, tonight our city is reeling and 4 innocent families are mourning, including the family of NYPD officer Didarul Islam, who was killed at 345 Park Avenue. He represented the best of New York City, an immigrant from Bangladesh who put on a uniform to protect and serve us all. Adams going on to say, I'm praying for his wife, children, parents, and loved ones. I cannot imagine the pain they're going through. When NYPD members go to work every day, their families pray a day like this never happens. We will be with them every step of the way, Adams says. Also going on to say, too, our city also mourns the 3 other innocent lives lost this evening and is praying for another innocent victim fighting for his life in critical condition. It's unthinkable these people were taken from us so randomly and senselessly. They and their loved ones are in our hearts. Saying the entire event is still, and we're working with our partners at the FBI. We're carefully searching the office building. However, we believe the incident is over and the shooter was acting alone. He is now dead, and New Yorkers have nothing further to fear. NYPD Commissioner Tisch saying, may police officer Didarul Islam's memory be a blessing. Also going on to say from New York State Governor Kathy Hochul saying, tonight we mourn 4 New Yorkers, including one of New York's finest, taken in a senseless act of violence. Our hearts are with their loved ones and everyone affected by this tragedy, and we honor the first responders who bravely ran toward danger. Senator Chuck Schumer, the minority leader there, the Democrat from New York, saying, thank you to our brave first responders on the scene in Manhattan tonight. I'm praying for everyone affected. We must do more to stop gun violence in America. New York's mayoral candidate there, Zoran Mamdani, saying this, I'm heartbroken to learn of the horrific shooting in Midtown, and I am holding the victims, their families, and the NYPD officer in critical condition in my thoughts. Grateful for all of our first responders on the ground. This post there on X from Mamdani, who is currently overseas in Uganda, who is attending his own wedding over the weekend. This was posted before we got official word that that off-duty officer succumbed to his injuries. The other mayoral candidate as well, we have a post from, we'll get to that in just a minute. Actually, we have it, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo saying, horrified by the shooting in Midtown, saying, I'm grateful for the courage of our NYPD and first responders, and my prayers are with the victims and their families. Also coming in from New York State AG, Tish James saying, Officer Didarul Islam is a hero who gave his life protecting our city, and his service will never be forgotten. My heart is with his family and loved ones and the NYPD community and the loved ones of the people who also lost their lives to this senseless act of violence. What we got to do right now is take our final commercial break of this hour. When we come back at the top of the next hour, we'll be diving into some more of today's top headlines. Yet again, another busy Monday. We'll see you in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Almost 9 o'clock here on the West Coast, almost midnight there in New York City. Of course, we will continue to periodically update you on the investigation into the mass shooting there in Midtown Manhattan earlier this afternoon. What we want to do right now is move on to yet again some more of these other top headlines. And our next story is yet another deadly shooting, this time at one of Reno, Nevada's largest casinos earlier today. Take a look at some of this scene here if you haven't come to this story just yet. What we know, a gunman opened fire today outside the largest casino in Reno, Nevada, killing 3 people and wounding several others before being taken to custody. The suspected shooter at the Grand Sierra Resort was among those transported to a hospital. According to Dr. Chad Kingsley, he's district health officer for the Northern Nevada Public Health Department. Officers arrived less than 3 minutes after the first shots rang out and fired at the suspect. According to police, authorities did not release the conditions of the suspect or those who were injured. Hours after the shooting, the entrance inside the casino leading to the valet area was roped off to guests. You see it there. Privacy screens were also placed in front of the glass doors to block the view outside. Now, in addition to those who were killed and the people taken to the hospital, 3 more were treated for minor injuries at the resort. 1 person was grazed by a bullet on their pinky finger. 1 was treated for severe anxiety, and 1 was injured while running, trying to flee the scene. Now, more than a year ago, 2 men were charged with fatally shooting another man who was staying at the resort. That was back in January of 2024 here. So what we want to do is listen to law enforcement officials update us earlier this afternoon there in Reno, Nevada, about this deadly casino shooting. Let's watch this.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Myself and my colleagues are here to provide you an update about this morning's critical incident. At this point in time, we will be providing several different statements from different members of our team that are here. However, we will not be taking questions. At this time, it is an active and ongoing investigation. I want to start with my deepest condolences to the victims and their families, as well as to our entire community. Tragedies like this are horrific for any community to endure, not just for the victims, the first responders, and the people who are there, but for everyone who calls our community home. Violence is not acceptable, especially in our public spaces. Everyone has the right to be safe here, and we are committed to ensuring the safety in our city. I want to be clear, the suspect is to blame for this incident. His actions is responsible for the tragedies that he created. This morning at 7:25, Reno police officers responded to the Grand Sierra Resort on the report of an active shooter. Within 2.5 minutes, our PD officers arrived on scene and were able to locate the suspect on the northwest side of the property in the parking lot. The suspect confronted these responding officers with a firearm, and an officer-involved shooting occurred. The bravery and rapid response by our officers stopped the suspect's rampage on innocent victims, which definitely saved lives and prevented additional people from being victimized. Officers and personnel from the GSR provided medical aid to the victims until Reno Fire Department and REMSA arrived on scene. The quick response by these skilled medical professionals ensured immediate treatment and transportation without hesitation to local hospitals. During the incident, 1 officer sustained minor injuries, most likely from grass